So let me just tell you what's going to happen here. We're going to come to order, and we're going to call on certain witnesses to speak. And after they speak, we'll see if there's anybody in opposition here today. I don't think there is, but we'll ask. And after that, we'll hear from your counsel, and then we'll hear from you, William, okay?
Yeah.
And we should hopefully be done at a pretty good hour today. I'm going to be surprised if we go all day. So I'm hoping to get done by around noontime or 1 o'clock. So brevity is a big part of the governor's council. Okay. Okay, who am I calling on? Oh, I'm going to call on, you want to speak first?
I'd be happy to speak first.
All right.
Thank you, Chairman Jubermill and members of the Governor's Council. Good morning. My name's Christine McDonald, and I represent William together with Attorney Patty DeJunis, retired Justice Robert Cordy, and my partner, Alan Tefanction, who is joining us on this hearing via WebEx. I have to say that today is a truly wonderful day, that and clemency, as we know, in the Commonwealth had become nearly a dead letter until January 12th, when Governor Baker took the extraordinary and courageous step of recommending William Allen and Thomas Kuntz for commutation. It's an honor for us to appear before you today to help share the story of this very wonderful man. There's very little that I'll add to what you will hear from the extraordinary witnesses who will testify today. Joe Moore, Peg Newman, and Kathy Cahill will illustrate for you how William defines himself through service to others, as a companion to people with mental illness, as a leader in his prison community, as a faithful Catholic Christian. Joe has been by William's side for nearly 28 years. Kathy and Peg have known William for over 10 years. As an aside, Joe Moore is the person who introduced Alan Tefanction and me to William in 2006. Janine Carrero, Elder Will Dickerson, and Devin McCarthy embody the rock-solid support that William has inspired in the community. The community in Brockton and beyond, who are some of the finest people that you could ever meet, are so eager to welcome and embrace William. And beyond emotional and moral support, they have offered tangible and concrete ways that they intend to support William on release, and you'll hear about this. I can tell you personally that I have, and Patty DeJunis has, we've both had offers of financial support, a computer, a job at a car dealership, an invitation to a Seder dinner, more dinner invitations than I can name. And I will also tell you that his family, his wonderful family, is there to support him as well. I could outline the legal case for commutation, but I suspect that DA Cruz will do a better job than I could do of that, as he did at William's commutation hearing. I'd like to just close with two thoughts. The first is that every action that William takes is grounded in deep respect and reverence for the life of Purvis Bester, which was lost through his actions in 1994. And the second is that William is keenly aware that he needs to earn your trust and your vote. If he's fortunate enough to have his sentence commuted, be assured, he has what it takes to earn parole and to flourish in the community. He understands the importance of this moment, and he will never let you down. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well said. Next, we'll hear from the District Attorney of Plymouth County, Timothy Cruz. Good to see you, Tim.
Good morning,
Can you
Counselor
hear me?
and all councilors. Can you all hear me?
Yes, can you hear us?
I can very well, thank you.
Okay, Tim,
You
let
don't know
us,
me.
go ahead.
Okay, thank you. For those that know me, my name's Tim Cruz, and I'm the Plymouth County District Attorney. And as we're all aware, on January 12th of this year, Governor Baker requested that this body advise and consent to his decision to commute the sentence of William Allen to second-degree murder, thereby making Mr. Allen eligible for parole. Governor Baker's thoughtful decision follows a hearing held on June 15th of last year, where I testified on behalf of Mr. Allen's commutation. As District Attorney for Plymouth County, every day, our office strives to seek a just outcome for all parties involved in the criminal justice system. That justice must take into account the harm to crime victims, their families, and the conduct and the character of the defendants who my office prosecutes in our courts. Developments in the law, as in William Allen's case, forgiveness from the victims, or the actions one takes to show a fundamental change of character, all play a part in this weighty decision. What might have been considered a just outcome decades ago may warrant reconsideration with the passage of time. This is one of those times. Mr. Allen's first-degree murder conviction warrants reconsideration. Counselors, I am asking you to commute Mr. Allen's sentence to life with the possibility of parole. As we all know, on February 8th of 1994, Mr. Allen participated in the murder of Purvis Bester in the city of Brockton. Mr. Allen and his co-defendant, Rolando Perry, devised a plan to rob Mr. Bester. Both men were wearing masks, armed with knives, pushed away into the victim's home. Two witnesses testified at trial that Allen and Perry attacked and stabbed the victim. Allen testified that he held several witnesses at knife point while Perry alone stabbed the victim. Allen demanded money from the witnesses who were attempting to hide in the bathroom, and both men ransacked the apartment and fled. Following a trial in August of 1997, a Plymouth County jury convicted Mr. Allen of felony murder in the first degree. The jury did not find that Mr. Allen was a principal actor, but rather that he was guilty as a joint venturer. Based on the credible evidence at that trial and the state of the law in 1997, the verdict was appropriate and just. A mandatory sentence of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole was imposed. After reviewing the entire record, the SJC affirmed Mr. Allen's conviction. Rather than taking his case to trial, however, Mr. Allen's co-defendant, Rolando Perry, pled guilty to murder in the second degree. In 2008, Mr. Perry wrote an affidavit about the robbery and the murder, taking full responsibility for the murder of Purvis Bester. Perry stated that Allen did not stab, punch, kick, or do any harm to Mr. Bester. He also noted that Allen was not even present in the room when he, Rolando Perry, murdered the victim. In 2009, the parole board determined that Mr. Perry had sufficiently rehabilitated himself and granted parole. He's been living at liberty now for more than a decade. Principles of fairness and equity require that we take this into account when considering whether or not Mr. Allen's sentence remains the just outcome in his case. In 2017, the SJC decided the case of Commonwealth versus Brown, which changed the doctrine of felony murder in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The SJC announced a new rule that at the trial for felony murder, the prosecution would be required to prove that the defendant acted with malice. For the Brown decision, the defendant's intent to commit the felony was all that was required to find a defendant guilty of felony murder when a death resulted. Now, the Commonwealth must also prove that the person acted with malice, otherwise required to prove a murder charge. Did I lose him? Other application is using my camera.
We can hear you.
Okay, you got me? Can you guys see me? Okay. We will never know whether the jurors who convicted Allen of murder as a joint venture alone would have also found that he shared the malice or intent to kill Rolando Perry exhibited when he stabbed Mr. Bester. The Brown decision does not entitle Allen to a new trial because it only applies to trials taking place after the SJC decision. It does, however, mark a significant change in the legal landscape regarding felony murder. Although Mr. Allen's verdict was just and appropriate at the law at the time of his conviction, it is unknown whether or not he would be convicted of the same crime if he were tried today. This is certainly another factor that we must consider, and a factor that I have considered in reviewing the fairness of his sentence. My office has spoken to several members of the victim's family, Purvis Bester, about their thoughts regarding Mr. Allen's sentence. Most notably, Mr. Bester's daughter, Lee Cole, feels strongly that Mr. Allen's sentence should be commuted. As next of kin to the victim, Ms. Cole's feelings weighed heavily in my recommendation. Ms. Cole believes that Mr. Allen's age at the time of the offense and his incarceration of 27 years weigh in favor of him getting a second chance at life outside a correctional facility. She also feels that justice dictates Mr. Allen's release, where Rolando Perry, the culpable party who has been granted parole. Our office also spoke to other relatives of Mr. Bester, and all of them have conveyed the feeling that they would like to see Mr. Allen released from his sentence at this time. We also looked at Mr. Allen's growth as an individual, and it is undeniable that he has taken countless steps toward rehabilitating himself and giving back to others. This kind of initiative is rare in someone facing a life sentence without parole. Mr. Allen completed an impressive amount of programming, including programs designed for rehabilitation, such as alternatives to violence and restorative justice. He's also engaged in programs to further his education and develop life employment skills. Mr. Allen has served as a mentor to patients at Bridgewater State Hospital, and his disciplinary record while incarcerated has been limited with no disciplinary reports for acts of violence. In 2020, at the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, Mr. Allen filed a motion for release in Plymouth Superior Court. Justice Deborah Squires-Lee denied this motion and found that keeping Allen incarcerated during the pandemic did not violate his constitutional rights. As part of the process, however, Judge Squires-Lee reviewed numerous letters that were submitted on Mr. Allen's behalf, and she noted that Mr. Allen may be a very good candidate for commutation of his sentence. Many others who Allen has interfaced with over his incarceration also submitted letters in support of his commutation petition. Mr. Allen's situation is truly unprecedented, which is why I took the time today to support his petition for commutation. Mr. Allen is serving a life sentence without parole, which represented the appropriate and just outcome at the time that it was imposed. But a number of changes have taken place over the last 27 years to require us to revisit whether this outcome remains just at this time. Rolando Perry, who was convicted as a principal actor in Purvis Bester's murder, has been paroled. Mr. Bester's family members, including his daughter, agree that Mr. Allen should be released. The law on felony murder has changed, making it unclear whether Allen would be convicted if his murder case would be tried today. Mr. Allen has also taken all the right steps toward rehabilitation, and I believe he would be granted parole at this time if he were eligible. And finally, Governor Baker has moved for commuting a sentence. For these reasons, I support the Governor's Council moving forward to commute the sentence of Mr. Allen. I thank you for listening to me this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. Well said. Appreciate it. Any
Thank you.
questions for Mr. Cruz? Councilor Kennedy.
I'm getting older, taking the mask off. I have to fix my hearing aids. I want to commend you for very, very easy. Not support. It was just the nature of your job. I think that everything you said was dead on, said better by anybody. Really appreciate your testimony.
Councilor Duff.
Yeah, I'd like to echo Councilor Kennedy, DA Cruz. We have seen other district attorneys not willing to support people who've rehabilitated themselves on far lesser charges. So thank you for standing up for what is right and justice. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councilor DePaulo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to thank you, Mr. District Attorney, and echoing what's been said. I think it's vitally important to have a prosecutor in these situations coming to vouch for the role that clemency can play in our system. And I appreciate you framing the issue as you did. What year was the Brown decision where felony murder was changed to require malice?
It was 2017, September of 2017.
So I guess I want to note that as far as Mr. Allen's case goes and whether or not it is in fact extraordinary as we reevaluate his sentence in light of equity, how many others are likely incarcerated also on felony murder charges who perhaps would not qualify in a court of law as having demonstrated malice in the act. So I appreciate the extraordinary nature of Mr. Allen being brought before us in an underutilized tool in our justice system, but I do think that perhaps shouldn't be as extraordinary. I really appreciate you being here. I think your testimony speaks a lot to your character and to your profession. Thank
you. And I will let you know, Counselor, that we do have one case right now here in Plymouth County that our conviction integrity unit is going over with the attorneys at this time. So we have one other case also that we're looking at.
I appreciate that work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before I call the next witness, I just want to point out that besides Attorney McDonald, Attorney DeJunis, and the former Supreme Judicial Court Judge, Attorney Cordy is here, and Alan Tarfankshian from Brockton. They all played a big part in getting him here today. Thank you for that. Next witness is Elder William Dickerson. Is she on the tube or here? Oh, come on up here. You can take your mask off while you're talking.
Wonderful. Thank you for having me.
Good to see you.
It's good to see you as
Tell us
well.
your story. What's up?
Yeah, I just wanted to look on your faces a little bit and just see you. Thank you. So greetings. My name is Elder William Dickerson II. I'm the executive director of Brockton Interfaith Community, which is an organization in Brockton that works for both the development of people in community to become the leaders of their own freedom and liberation, but also advocates for those that we see in community that we want to support and be behind in different occasions and different moments. If you all permit me, there's a practice that I do that's a spiritual practice. You'll notice I'm a peculiar gentleman. I'm not wearing shoes. It's one of the things. Maybe you didn't notice that.
I didn't notice.
Yeah, this is it's a practice of mine. Please, if you're willing. I'll explain a little bit on why I do that. But one of the things that I do when I come into spaces when I speak is I sing. And the song that I wanted to sing in this particular space is actually in respect to my dear brother, Mr. Allen, in respect to you all, in respect to this particular space. It's not long. It's just a minute, if you'll permit me.
Go ahead.
Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom over me. And before I'll be a slave, I'll be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free.
Well, I thought that was beautiful, and I also think you're the first person that ever came to the Governor's Council since 1780 and sang us a song.
Amen. Well, you will find that I am a person of firsts.
Yeah.
So one of the things that I just, the reason that I sing and the reason that I come into spaces in this particular way is, and why I remove my shoes is because my faith tradition really calls me to show deep and utter respect and reverence when I come into the spaces where I believe that God is present. And from my faith tradition, I believe that God is present when there is an opportunity for justice, for redemption, for compassion, for second chances, for freedom, and for reconciliation. And I believe that God is here now. I just want to just say a few words about William Allen, who I call my dear brother. We've met a couple of times, but it just feels like we're just connected to one another. And I want to just say that out loud. About 1 year ago, I was approached by my dear sister, and she came to me and she said, I really want to think about what it would mean for us to bring more attention to this case, to William Allen's case. And when she told me his story, when she told me the circumstances of his story, I was inspired. He had created in my mind the opportunity for what one human being, how many people one human being could actually inspire. So because I was inspired, we went out and we found 10 people, just 10, that we wanted to bring together to be in relationship with one another and to think, how can we bring more attention to this case? Now, when they heard his story, they enthusiastically said, we want to join this cause. Now 10 people inspired by one man. We had a press conference a little over a year ago, where these 10 people, along with myself, began to share the story of William Allen in community. We started to share William Allen's story and what we wanted to see happen. And in the midst of that, we invited people to come to education sessions to hear more of his story. We had hundreds of people that came to these education sessions. Now hundreds of people are inspired by William Allen. We then participated in collecting hundreds and hundreds of letters in support. We had rallies and we had more press conferences, and even the press themselves and their writing brought attention to William Allen's case. Thousands of people now inspired by one man's story. The reason that I share this is because when I think about this person and this man that I've grown to love and to cherish and to think of as my own brother, I think of a person who has inspired not only his own community, but has inspired masses of people in Massachusetts. And lastly, what I want to say is I got the opportunity to sit down with my dear brother, what was it, a few weeks ago. And in the midst of sitting down, we laughed with each other. I did a little bit of crying myself as we spoke. And he then shared with me the vision of what he wanted to see when he came out. That the legacy that he had found himself in was not the legacy that he wanted to leave this earth with. That the legacy he wanted to leave this earth with was to inspire future generations of people to take different paths than the paths that he had took. He wanted to start a nonprofit in order to be able to carry that out. And so I told my dear brother that when he comes home, God willing, that we would start that together, that we would build it together. It would be his thing, but that we would grow it together so that he can leave a much more beautiful legacy. That's all I have for you. Thank you.
That was very well said. He will be going home. And Brockton Interfaith, tell me more about that.
Yeah. So Brockton Interfaith community, it's been around for about 30 years. And we do community organizing work. We develop leaders. So oftentimes everybody's heard of Martin Luther King Jr., but most of the time people have never heard of Bayard Rustin. Bayard Rustin was Martin Luther King Jr.'s community organizer. He was the person that developed his vision and developed his thought process around nonviolent action. I do, and our organization does community organizing. We help to develop future Martin Luther Kings and Fannie Lou Hamers and so many other leaders.
So you'll be working with William when he gets out and helping him?
Absolutely. We're going to spend a lot of time together.
Oh, good. I like that. Any questions for Mr. Dickerson? Councilor Kennedy?
Can you follow up on that a little bit? That's the question I had. What support did your organization? I agree with Councilor Gould.
Yeah. I really love to hear that. Every time you say that, it just makes my heart jump. So the plan is when this brother comes home, I want to give him some space to rest, to gather himself, and then we are going to sit down and start to write the vision of what this would look like, and then we will start to raise money around it. You all don't know this about me, but I have a lot of relationships with a lot of folks that we'll be able to find ways to raise money to help to sustain and support the work. And then we will start approaching different organizations, schools, things like that, on how we can help to bring youth into a space where they can start to learn and
Well,
develop.
specifically with respect to Mr. Allen.
Yeah.
The things people need, anybody can get out. They need a job.
Yes,
They need housing.
yes,
They need emotional support as they're, someone who's been incarcerated, help society. What kind of support in terms of those type of things for organizations?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I think that what we, yeah, it's wonderful, wonderful question. So my intention is to sit down with William Allen first and foremost and find out what he needs. What I find is that in our community, we have a mutual aid program as well inside of our organization that really works with and seeks the support of direct service. We also have organizations that we partner with, like people affecting community change, who do a lot of reentry work. So we will be connecting him with the services that are necessary for him. We'll be raising money around supporting him, and we will be developing plans on how he can work to change the legacy to the one that I hear him saying that he wants, the vision he wants. Did that answer your question?
Thank you. Thank you for what you do. I appreciate it. And I like your singing.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask you, what has impressed you the most about Mr. Allen's participation in your program?
That's a wonderful question too. There's so many things that have impressed me. So as you all find when you get to hear him, he is incredibly faithful. Both faithful in the sense, in the religious sense, but faithful in the sense of, well, when I've gotten to hear his story and when I've gotten to spend time with him, he's faithful to the changes that he says he wants to make in the world to himself. The ways in which we have gotten to engage, I feel he is a person, when you come into relationship with him, he makes you feel instantly loved and accepted. He inspires me because he encompasses love. You have to see, you have to just know him. It's hard for me to express what exactly inspires him. His story and the things that he's done inside of prison, particularly how he's worked with so many different inmates in different ways. The ways in which he'll put his life on the line to do things like cleaning during this COVID pandemic. He got COVID doing it. It shows selfless acts. It shows selfless ways of being in the world, and he feels like a kindred spirit because that's the way that I want to show up in the world. So he inspires
Thank
me.
you.
To
Your
do that.
testimony means a lot to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you so much, and you're always welcome to come back and sing us a song.
Maybe, hopefully I'm not here all the time, but
No, you're welcome anytime.
thank you so much.
Next is Janine Carrero Young here? Does she want to speak? Did I pronounce your name right?
Well done. I'm actually going to build on William Dickerson's piece. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Janine Carrero. I'm the director of Massachusetts Communities Action Network, which is a network of 7 affiliates across the state of Massachusetts, of which Brockton Interfaith is one of the members. And we do grassroots organizing, faith and values organizing in gateway cities across the state. As William mentioned, the organizations have a 30-year history. We've been around for a long time. We're not the kind of organization that's going to crumble or fold up. We're part of the fabric of the communities in which we exist. He's coming home, not only to his family, which is the home he'll be staying in. That's the roof under which he'll live. He's coming home to a much more extended family of these grassroots leaders who have committed themselves to him. It's a family that he is now a part of. We understand our role to be one in which we create the conditions for community members to truly see the system and structures around them and the way that their stories are impacted by those. We take folks through training and development that invites them to find their stories that shed light on the human impact that systems have on us. And we also unlock people's imagination about what's possible. The journey builds community. It builds a home away from home that people can count on. And when we're ready, we show up and we improve the systems around us in an attempt to make them work for everyone. People unlock their voices, their imaginations, and they see what they can accomplish together. We build this community and we do it through helping people heal, which is part of what we're offering William, is a space to heal together with other people. And we grow hope in what can actually be. William's coming home to this. He's already a part of the family. And now he'll have a chance to sit through trainings and development with others. And if he doesn't have a ride, somebody's going to pick him up. And if he needs an ear, somebody's going to be there as a part of this network, ready to hold space for him when he wants that space. It's a whole crew of different relationships that he's already been building long distance without even being in space with people. They already love him and they are already waiting for him. And yet, we've all gotten to know William a little. I feel like each of you, by reading some of what he's done, you've gotten to know him a little bit. And I think it's pretty foolish to pretend that he's coming home and that we're the ones who are going to do everything for William. William's coming home to do for us, just like he already has. Because of William, we held an event in December that supported 27 families, one family for every year that William has spent behind bars. 27 families of those impacted by incarceration were adopted through the holiday break and were able to then take the resources that we were able to raise to go out and buy what they needed for their family. He inspires that kind of work in those around us. He's a giver. That's what he does. And it's not a stretch to imagine him sitting at the table of Brockton Interfaith Community's mutual aid table, not only being a passive recipient of his needs, but an active participant in making sure that other community members have what they need. And finally, as I mentioned earlier, we're in the business of offering hope. William has spent decades offering hope to those who he could reach. Over the past couple of years, by the grace of God, that has spilled beyond the four walls and beyond the relationships that he already had. He's coming home to Bick, but Williams shines a path of hope all around him. His journey is an invitation for everyone to live our most purposeful life with joy. And if you give him the opportunity and you turn the system towards second chances, which I hear you all saying that you want to, William will undoubtedly light the way home for so many others. He already is. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just ask you, tell me a little more about your organization. How many people do you have and how do you get funded?
MCAN is a network of 7 organizations. Each affiliate has its own 501c3 number. So each affiliate is raising money, and then MCAN as a whole raises
How do
money.
you raise the money?
We get the money through a number of grants that are usually connected. We've got a series of them that are connected with faith-based groups. So like Catholic Campaign for Human Development, Episcopal City Mission, they all raise money that we then write grants for. And then you have larger state funders who give us money, like the Miller Foundation, the Barr Foundation, Himes, who all support us. And then we do individual donor work. So we invite individual members of the community to actually contribute directly to the organizing work that we do. Happens in small amounts and large amounts to help keep us moving.
And how many employees do you have?
We've got about 25 staff across the state of Massachusetts.
And do you have part-time staff or volunteers also?
Absolutely. So the staff themselves are often the organizers who are helping make sure that, you know, we're training, developing, and moving people. But that is like a small percentage of who we're actually working with. Each affiliate itself has a range of a core base of leaders that are like 100 people to a much larger base of around 1,000 that each affiliate can connect with and move through the relationships that we have. So
Okay.
Brockton Interfaith Community, for example, trains between 100 and 200 people a year.
So, you know,
Good. Thank you very much for your testimony. How long have you known Mr. Allen?
For about a year at this point.
Right. Have you met with him in prison?
I have not. I have been corresponding with him via email, and I have learned about him directly through Chris and his attorney, who I've had a relationship with for 15
But you
years.
haven't been
I have not.
And when you talk about he's going back to his family, what does that mean? What is his family?
So his father lives in Brockton still. You know, we just recently were at his home, outside of his home, and that they already have space ready and waiting for him to come home that they've set up for him. So he has a home that he's going back to.
I'm just curious, does William's father live by himself or is he?
His father has a partner who's his fiance, and his nephew also, William's nephew also lives there with them.
He's going to be living there?
Correct.
And do you know, because once someone re-enters into society, it's important to make sure he has a place to stay.
Mhm.
And it's also important to make sure he has a job.
Yes.
Do you know if he has a job lined up? Because it looks like, you know, when I talk to the folks at the parole board,
Mhm.
I would say probably if his sentence is commuted by the council, he's looking at about 4.5 months. That would be what I calculated, that he'll be released from prison as long as the next 4.5 months. Sorry.
I can actually answer the job question if that's.
Okay, we'll get you, because
appropriate.
we'll get you,
Okay,
okay.
I've got some
Okay,
information.
so you personally don't know, or do you, about his job?
I know only what Attorney Chris McDonald has told me, so I think it probably makes more sense for her to speak more directly to it since it's her relationship. The short answer is I know that he has something waiting for
Okay,
him.
well, since you're here, we can get with her later on, so it doesn't, what is his job gonna be?
So my understanding is that he has a commitment from someone who has a relationship with Chris, who's ready to, Chris, and I'm assuming by extension with William, the same as I have.
Sure.
And is ready to create a position for him when he comes home. And it will depend on their needs at that moment in time, but he will have an entry-level position in which he can get his feet underneath him.
No, I understand, entry level, but like, he's gonna be paralegal, he's gonna be.
It's going to be at a
working-
car dealership,
No, but what type of business is what I'm
a
saying?
car dealership.
Oh, a car dealership.
Yeah.
Okay, so he has a job, more likely than not, or hopefully at a car
Correct.
dealership.
Correct.
And if the car dealership, I assume, is in the general Brockton area?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
so
thank
he
you
will
very-
be able to manage getting there.
Sure,
yeah.
that's was my next.
Yep.
step. Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Anybody else?
Right,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Peg Noonan.
Good morning, counselors.
Morning.
I'm grateful to have this opportunity to speak. I was the Catholic chaplain at Bridgewater State Hospital for many years, and I also worked at Old Colony after Will was transferred there. I met William Allen in 2011 when he first arrived at the state hospital, and I saw him on an almost daily basis until my retirement in 2019. Since then, we have kept in touch by phone. First, let me explain that Will transferred to the state hospital as an inmate worker, also called a cadre. To become a cadre, a man has to have an excellent record of good behavior, no mental health issues, and recommendations from staff. Rather than simply telling you what an extraordinary person Will is, and he is extraordinary, I thought I'd share 4 stories that illustrate the kind of person he is. I spoke with Will shortly before his hearing with the Board of Pardons and asked him how he was feeling. I expected him to say he was nervous, because who wouldn't be? But that's not what he said. He didn't talk about the hearing as a step toward freedom or an opportunity to talk about his accomplishments. Instead, he told me how much he was looking forward to the hearing because he had been waiting for years and years to apologize to Purvis Bester's family. And finally, he was going to be able to do it. I knew Purvis Bester was the victim of the crime that led to his incarceration because Will had mentioned his name many, many times. Out of respect, he usually referred to him as Mr. Bester. I've worked with many men serving both first and second degree life sentences, more than I can count, but Will is the only one who spoke about his victim by name, and the only one who held his victim in his awareness day by day, also mentioning Mr. Bester's family and their loss. A second story. Because Jesus tells us we should forgive freely, and forgiveness being a challenge for most of us, periodically I ran a 12-week program on forgiveness, and of course William signed up. At the end of 12 weeks, Will and a few other cadres asked me if I would start a restorative justice group, and so we began meeting weekly. One week, a cadre, who I'll call Jim, talked about who he was and how he acted when he first went to prison. He was a gang member, always trying to be tough, hiding his feelings and acting like he didn't care about anything. Jim described the way his transformation came about over a period of years, softening, opening up, finding faith, and so forth. He said it was that way for most of the cadres doing life sentences. Afterward, I was surprised, and I told Will that I was surprised at what Jim said, and that I knew that couldn't be true for Will because I knew him to be such a fine person. And I don't remember his exact words, but he said something like, getting a life sentence without the possibility of parole was brutal. He had to be tough. But like Jim, he woke up. He said it was a process. He started going to any programs he could get into. He made a decision to become the man God intended him to be. He made a conscious decision to change, and I can tell you that he has held on to that change all these many years. Another story I'd like to share about Will is his service in our companion program. It's a volunteer program that gave cadres the opportunity to serve as companions, like a big brother or a buddy. Kathy Cahill will talk in a little bit in more detail about that program. Will was assigned to an older man who I'll call Danny. Danny had a severe mental illness, significant physical limitations, and many behavioral challenges. Will was one of the cadres who we felt could work well with this fellow. Not many could. But there was a problem. The patient was white and known to be very bigoted, and he didn't hesitate to use language that reflected his racist views. But this didn't present a problem for Will. He just went ahead and worked with him, sitting with him, listening to music, talking to him, taking him for walks outside, helping him to calm down when his anxiety left him with little control. It wasn't long before Danny stopped using Will's name. Will became my black brother. Danny'd often ask me, where's my black brother? Or he'd tell me, I just saw my black brother. Danny came to deeply care about Will, and he relied on him. I don't think there are many men who could have done that work. Eventually, I think it's fair to say, they became best friends and remained so until the day Danny died. Excuse me. Will Dickerson's fault. That song always, just sort of opens the floodgates. I have a third story, and this relates to who William is as a worker. In most of our prisons, when any inspections are coming up or when important visitors are expected, there's a rush to paint and spruce things up. Will was often asked to paint, not instead of his regular job, not instead of his work as volunteer work as a companion, but in addition to these things. He always said yes. He never asked for or expected anything in return. He was someone officers and administrators knew they could count on. Some of the other cadres would advise him not to let staff take advantage. Though I never gave him that advice, knowing Will had lupus, a serious condition that compromises his immune system, I too thought the staff could ask others more often and let Will rest. But I also knew Will would be counted on to do a good job. And it wasn't just painting. In addition to his jobs as barber and janitor in the administration building, he was asked to move furniture, unload trucks, including those huge water bottles. Will has a motto. You got to do good to get good. He's not saying you do good in order to get something. He's describing the way he thinks the world works. You do good, you get good. Will is a good worker with a good ethic that will guarantee his success in any job. A few months ago, I asked William if he got out, what work would he do? I knew that Will had his certification as a counselor, his license as a barber, his Serve Safe certification to work in the food industry. But I also knew that even with all that, with a quarry, getting a good job can take time. So when Will answered that he figured he could get a job stocking shelves overnight at Home Depot, a job many guys he knows got when they first left prison, I saw not just was he realistic, he was also humble. Will is someone who would never find any job to be beneath him. As it happens, he has a better job offer. But I don't doubt for a second that Will never face unemployment. Being retired, I've been able to stay in touch with a number of men who were incarcerated with Will, who were both cadres and companions. With each of them, they've been successful. A couple hit a rough patch, largely due to COVID, but they've proven themselves to be resilient, able to find new jobs. For 10 years pre-COVID, I ran a reentry program on Monday nights at St. Cecilia's Catholic Church. I know what the challenges are. I can honestly say I know of no one better equipped to navigate the sometimes challenging waters of reentry. And what's more, he has a small army of people anxious to support him and give him whatever help he needs. Personally, I'm committed to offering Will any emotional or spiritual support he needs. And the last thing I'd like to talk about is Will's faith. He doesn't talk much about his faith. He lives it. Every Sunday afternoon, Will accompanied me to the assisted living unit for older men with physical ailments, serious mental illness, and the challenges that come with age. It's a place with walkers and wheelchairs and sometimes pervasive odors that were hard to control. Every Sunday, I held a communion service on this unit. Will brought the CD player and the discs and took care of the music. He helped men find the right pages in the songbooks. When someone was having a hard time, he'd take them for a walk around the unit so that others could enjoy the service without interruptions. When it came time for communion, Will was able to serve as Eucharistic minister, bringing communion to each man. He read scripture and did whatever was needed. He used his wonderful sense of humor to diffuse many tense situations. The men who lived on that unit felt known and cared about. Now, Will, like a lot of guys, loved sports. Whenever a game was going to be televised, especially important games like playoffs, I'd suggest he take the day off, or I'd offer to change the schedule. But Will always replied, "Church is more important than sports." I've met very few men who would give that more than lip service, but as I said, Will doesn't talk much about his faith. Instead, he lives it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Go ahead.
Thank you for all the work you do.
Thank you.
Your testimony was heartfelt. I could see that. I was impressed in reading all these reams about him, that how he would seek out the most severely mentally challenged and physically challenged. And there's a picture of him leading a blind person too. So, so he has been an active member of the Catholic community, church, Bible study, and retreats. And your letter that you gave us told us how he never is bitter. He always has a smile. He's friendly in what he has given to the other people there that are in need. He just has a good effect on everyone. So your testimony means a lot in the companion program. What a wonderful thing. And it seems like he has sought out the most vulnerable, probably the most dangerous. And he even interceded, it's not in your letter, but he did intercede when one of the patients was attacking a correction officer, and he physically stopped and saved him. So he's kind, and believe me, you worked a lot on that, and every word was heartfelt, and your testimony means an awful lot to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Councilor Kennedy.
Morning. I want
Good
to
morning.
thank you for work done as well.
Sure.
You talked about the reentry program, the church,
Mm-hmm.
the problems that occur with respect to folks coming out on the street after serving long sentences. Tell us what some of those problems are that they face as they come out. You've seen?
Sure. Getting a job when one has a criminal record is not easy. Not understanding money. I've seen many guys get out of particularly South Bay. They're younger and they've never held a job, and they think that on the minimum wage job that they just got, they're going to be able to pay child support and rent and get a car and, those would be two
The
major. Usually they find places to live, or their parole officer will help them with that, or a lot go through a halfway house on their way home.
Those are the issues I addressed with him when I saw him. My biggest concern with the reentry process, the fact that you have to have a job, and not just a job. You're not going to be able to support yourself working, and I don't mean this disrespectfully to people who
Right,
work in
right.
those industries, but like if you're working at Dunkin' Donuts, you're not going to make enough money to pay rent, pay for food, pay for a car, pay for health insurance, etc. And, the concern that I have, already voting for it. I already told them the day I went and saw him, I'm voting for it. But, is those types of issues as he goes out into society, because that's where people stumble too. That's where they get back in trouble. What kind of support do you see him having in terms of those types of things you're talking about? Some people already talked about it, I know.
Sure. First, let me say his humility, his willingness to take any job, to build up a resume. Not that he's going to need that, I don't believe, but he's so willing. I think Will has so many people who are anxious to support him in terms of employment, finding anything he needs. I'm certainly hope to help him find a good church that supports him. That I think he's going to have to make up needs in order to give all of the people who care about him things to do. He'll have no shortage of support.
One of the things that you touched on as well was that you work with a lot of people in the prison over the years. So many lifers,
Manny?
as well as many people doing very long sentences, perhaps for drug convictions or life charges. You would agree with me that there are many folks in the prison system that perhaps have done enough time already?
Oh, my goodness. Yes.
Okay. And I raise that because, since I've been on the council for 11 years, we had one commutation for the first 11, 2 now. Governor Patrick was the governor. I brought the issue of commutations up with him on a regular basis. Governor Baker, I brought it up on a regular basis, that there just simply aren't enough of them going on. Would you agree with me that there are many people in the prison system where you were that, would be seriously considered for commutation?
Absolutely, absolutely. A lot of people who went in when they're younger and are doing long sentences, they're elderly. They're no harm to anyone and a burden on the taxpayers because.
Well, not necessarily with elderly people are a burden, but.
No. I mean, in terms of the cost of care in prison. No. Elderly people are a gift.
I'm going to raise one other issue with you and I'm going to let you go. And I'm not sure you're the right person to ask, okay? Because, we were given quite a bit of material. We were given all the material from the parole board. Council provided us with material. And I can assure you, everybody's gone through every piece of paper that we were given. And, everybody has talked about Mr. Bester, which, his family had an incredible loss as a result of this horrific crime that Mr. Allen acknowledges his responsibility for in no uncertain terms. But there were some other people in that room that were also victims of a crime. There were a number of women that were, at one point, Mr. Allen held a knife to her throat, according to the parole board. One of the women, has anybody ever communicated, with those folks? Nobody seems to talk about them. Has Mr. Allen talked about them at all? Because, what you had here was an armed home invasion. People were held, at least one person with a knife to her throat, by Mr. Allen. No, Mr. Allen did not stab anybody. That's a fact that happened in this case. And I don't know that I don't see their names anywhere in any of the paperwork. I don't know if anybody's ever reached out to them about this particular issue. Now, you might be the wrong person to ask, but, it's something that's been in the back of my head. In addition to that, you talked about how Mr. Allen talked about Mr. Bester a lot. Has he ever mentioned these other folks?
Yes, he's told me the story and I'd let him talk about it in detail because it's not, it wasn't recently that he's shared the details with me, but yes, he spoke about the women and spoke about them very meaningfully.
Okay.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Councilor Ionel.
Thank you. Just to follow up on Councilor Kennedy's question about these other women who were involved. Let me just read, I think it's 2 sentences from one of the women, okay, who was present when Mr. Allen and the co-defendant went in the apartment. I think it's important.
Yes.
I don't really want to go to court, man, she said. But if I did, I wouldn't mind testifying for the tall guy, the tall black guy. She's referring to Mr. Allen. Because he really kept this other guy from cutting us all up. That tells you a lot. She was present in the apartment. She was scared as hell. And if it wasn't for Mr. Allen, who knows what might have happened? According to her, the other co-defendant might have cut them all up. But I wanted to mention that where Mr. Councilor Kennedy mentioned.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Joseph Moore.
Morning.
Good morning.
My name is Joe Moore, and for the past 25 years, I've worked as a mental health therapist with the forensic population in Brockton, people out of jail, probationers and parolees, and youth in DYS custody. I wanted to tell you about William and also provide a little context to his journey to this day from my perspective. I met William Allen in the mid-1990s when I worked at the Plymouth County House of Correction. And I, like many on the staff there, was impressed with his sense of integrity, eagerness to learn, and generosity. He was part of a peer education program, even back then, where we were educating inmates about HIV, which was rampant in penal institutions at that time. William was at PCCF for close to 3 years awaiting trial. In 2005, I had not had any contact with him after he left and got sentenced to the state. He wrote to me and he was very disheartened in this letter by the denials of his case in the appellate court. I went to Shirley Medium to see him and told him I was unable to help him in that his issues were legal and that I would see what I could do. I had two friends in Brockton, Alan Tefanction, a criminal defense attorney, and his partner, Christine McDonald, whom you know. They had helped me many times with many of my clients, free of charge, of course, if they violated probation or parole, or even if they had a new charge, they helped me out, or they helped these people out, I should say, and never charged a penny. Alan Tefanction went to see William that year at Shirley after I asked him to, and I remember how he wept outside of the prison in the parking lot after meeting Will and hearing his story. Christine got involved right away, and like anyone who knows William Allen, she became passionate about his plight. Christine McDonald has spent by now thousands of hours free of charge in the last 16 years fighting for William and sharing his story with others. She is an amazing person, but this is how William affects people. He gets them in his corner easily. In the fall of 2020, as Will so eloquently pointed out, Brockton Interfaith community joined the mission to free William under Will's inspiring leadership, which I'm sure you recognize today. I have to say about William Allen that he's one of the most thoughtful, selfless, and kind human beings I have ever known. I am not saying that for any other reason than that it is true. I have observed what high esteem he has been held by inmates, staff, and correction officers. Every institution where I visited, a correction officer at some point has said to me, he's one of the good guys, or something to that effect. When William is released, he will have a job opportunity at Tefanction Toyota in Braintree, owned by Alan Tefanction's brother, I believe, right? And it's who you know in life, as we all know. I'm also exploring some barbershops in the Brockton area since William has expressed interest in cutting hair on his day off. So we'll see about that. I'm very connected personally with 3 reentry programs in Brockton, one of which I founded 25 years ago. All of them are ready to embrace William and to work with him. If he needs mental health support to adjust to life in the community, which I think he may, I'll hook him up with that as well. William will never need substance abuse treatment. That I am 100% sure. In conclusion, I ask all of you to please support William's request for commutation, which brings us here today. there is no other human being, in my view, who is more worthy of a second chance. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moore. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Moore? Thank you so much for
Thank
coming
you.
in here and taking the time. Kathleen Cahill.
It's good to take that off.
Yeah.
Thank you, councilors, for the opportunity to be here today to speak on behalf of William Allen. My name is Kathleen Cahill. I have come to know Will and be in this chair today through the companion program at Bridgewater State Hospital. I knew Will through 2011 to 2015 when he arrived and then when I left from Bridgewater. 2011 is a noteworthy time for those two things. Will came to Bridgewater, the companion program began in that year. In my professional role, I'm a licensed independent clinical social worker, and I worked at Bridgewater State Hospital for about 10 years before I moved on to other paths. In my primary roles there, I was largely the maximum security unit director, so I ran the max end of the yard. And I also, in my last year there, I was the chief of social work, and I was one of 3 staff co-facilitators of the companion program that began there. You heard Peg speak a little bit about what the expectations are for cadres that come into the institution, and it really is a zero tolerance for any misbehavior, however trivial it might be. The reason for that, I firmly believe, is because of the vulnerable nature of the patients who reside there. The stakes were really, really high. Cadres who came into the institution really had to have a very high tolerance, high acceptance for individuals that were suffering with really severe mental health issues, intellectual disabilities, and other behavioral health challenges. You know, I think to come into that role voluntarily is challenging and noteworthy enough. But Will didn't stop there. When Will arrived in 2011, he made certain we knew right away that he wanted to be part of the companion program. Made no bones about it. Anything that was positive in the institution, Will was going to be involved in. So, you know, the program had just began. It was under a great deal of scrutiny. There was a lot of skepticism around how a program like that was going to work. Putting an inmate together one-on-one with a patient who has severe mental health issues, there was a lot of scrutiny on that. Was there going to be potential for security breaches? Was there going to be strong arming? Were our vulnerable patients going to be taken advantage of? So we had to go slow. We started with about 10 men, and we had to be careful. We had to ensure that those men that were starting this program had what they needed to be successful. And so Will waited. In that waiting period, that was about 3 years worth of waiting. And that waiting period was where I first came to know Will. I saw him every day, multiple times a day. As Peg mentioned, Will was everywhere in the institution. He was, you know, if he wasn't painting, if he wasn't in the barber shop, he was lifting and breaking down the visiting room into a courtroom and then back into a visiting room. He was doing the admin, janitor services there. He was moving boxes from building to building. He was delivering supplies to units. I saw Will constantly. I don't ever remember a time that I saw Will where he wasn't actively smiling, wanting to tell some story or some joke that he just thought was going to be the funniest, very dad joke. But he always had to stop me. And I remember very clearly, I was always in a rush. And Will would always be like, no, you just got to hear this really quick. And it always made my day. And it kind of, whatever mood I was in, it kind of spun me on my head a little bit. And, you know, that was it. And he'd always take that opportunity to remind me, I'm still waiting. I want to be part of that companion program. And in 2014, he got that opportunity. We had some change in the men that were in the program, some movement, and we had 3 spots available. Will was a unanimous decision. All 3 staff, absolutely, it was a no-brainer. He had been doing companion work for 3 years at Bridgewater State Hospital without the accolades and the recognition in the role as a companion. So the things that the council should know about the companion program, I know there's been a lot of letters about it and there's been a lot of discussion about it. The companion program was something that was very innovative there. It was the first of its kind, and we really needed to make sure it worked and it was successful. The standards were even higher. So we had a 52-bed unit of cadres at Bridgewater, and there were only 10 men, maybe 12 at its peak, that were companions.
So however high the threshold was for cadres already, it was that much higher for companions. To be a companion, just to get out of the gate, they had to submit an application. They had to be interviewed by a panel. It was the three of us. Sometimes we had a guest. And they had to have staff references of their character. You know, that's the starting point. They also have to commit to a number of trainings. We trained those men on every topic you could think they might need some exposure to. What does severe and persistent mental illness look like? What does it look like to work with somebody with intellectual disabilities? De-escalating somebody when you're in the moment and there might not be a staff person around to assist. How do you get out of that situation safely? Understanding their role as a peer also involved them needing to let staff know when there were safety issues, when there were risk issues, maintaining really, really clear boundaries. And to understand that in a prison culture and what the thought of ratting on somebody is, that was a new concept. And every companion, including Will, embraced that role. There wasn't an issue that they wouldn't bring to our staff. They had to commit to at least 5 hours minimum a week working with individual or group activities, in addition to their mandatory weekly supervision. In that weekly supervision group, we covered everything. We did check-ins with the men around how things were going. We would do trainings and presentations from time to time. We would cover areas that they were struggling with. You know, in the course of doing this work, they really are meeting with men at their most vulnerable points and dealing with loss of family members, dealing with end of life and helping somebody die with grace and dignity in a place of an institution. Really getting frustrated when their patients just wouldn't do what they needed them to do, and kind of owning their own frustrations and learning how to channel that so it doesn't affect their work. And most important was the idea of you make a commitment, you show up. You have to be responsible to that patient. That's your number one priority. I don't need to tell the council here, but I think it's worth noting that Will exceeded that minimum requirement with the one patient that Peg just referenced in the elderly man that he worked with. He didn't have to do any other work, but he did. He volunteered in our developmental disabilities program. It was a day program. There was a lot of kind of individuals who needed a lot of care and focus, and he was there multiple times a week with other companions. He wasn't the only one who did that, but you know, he made sure he made time in his days and weeks to do that. He was part of our newsletter at Bridgewater State Hospital. He helped organize monthly activities to get the inmate companions and the patient companions together to do arts and crafts, watch movies. He did bingo nights, and there was not a thing that we tried to do that he wouldn't volunteer for and do it enthusiastically. For the purposes of today, I wanted to share one in particular role that Will played in his companion role there. And that was working with a young man. I do think Peg referenced that, but I want to dig down deeper into that relationship. You know, there was a young man that it was housed on the maximum security units when I was there, and he was only able to be seen through a locked barred door. If he needed to be moved somewhere, he had to be moved in full restraints. He was very volatile. He had medical issues, mental health issues, and he had extraordinary violence. He had injured many, many staff and other patients, some very, very seriously. And so Will and another companion took turns initially taking some time with this young man who was so isolated from everybody in the institution, and really isolated both physically and in his own mind. He would often go into his own world when you just tried to have a basic check-in with him. And it started small, and he worked his way up, and they started having more time with this young man. And there was one time in particular that I remember, and I honestly don't remember all the details of what happened in terms of escalating this young man, but he was in crisis. And the officers actually recognized that Will Allen, an inmate cadre worker on a first-degree life sentence, was going to be really valuable in de-escalating the situation. And he was called in. He was called in to assist this young man in calming down. And just the recognition that the correctional staff saw an inmate that was working in our institution as a valuable source to assist in a safe de-escalation, nobody gets hurt, everybody goes home at the end of the day, was incredible. That was one of the first times that I knew that this program was really impacting a huge culture change at Bridgewater State Hospital. From there, I mean, the progress just continued. The positive change was there. You know, Will and this other companion that did this kind of tag team approach with this young man were able to eventually get him onto escorted walks in the institution. And it wasn't uncommon for you to see an inmate, a patient, and a correctional officer in uniform strolling through the interior yard during non-movement times and having a laugh and talking. And you just saw it. It was the culture was changing. It was amazing. It got to the point where the correctional staff didn't stand side by side anymore. They were over on the other side of the yard, and Will and this patient were walking the yard, and it was fine. It was fine. By the time I left in 2015, this young man was attending off-unit group programming in the Commons building, unrestrained, with his peers, without incident. It's remarkable. So I have to say, the companion program is probably going to be one of the most important things I do in my professional career. I think I have a long one left ahead of me, unfortunately. But the accomplishments these men made in those first few years, really, the things that they've gone on to do since is incredible. Will connected with so many patients who would have otherwise been isolated, as I said, physically from others, or really just stuck in their own minds alone. The humanity and selflessness that it takes to do this work with such humor, which Will has, but the grace and the humility, it's a gift, and Will possesses that gift. What's equally inspiring is how the inmates themselves grew and changed. They learned about their own strengths, the resilience they had inside, getting outside yourself and doing something bigger than yourself, really coming to understand that you can learn something from anybody, regardless of the walk that they've already had in life and what their challenges might be. They held themselves accountable in ways that the staff absolutely never could have. The peer-to-peer challenges that they did with each other was amazing. Will is, you've heard this from everybody so far, but Will is one of the most positive, kind, and selfless individuals I ever had the pleasure to work with in my time in corrections and since. And I think it was just the beginning of what I was capable of seeing him do and accomplish. In the companion program, we had a tradition of sharing a reflection to begin each supervision meeting. It was a way for us to ground ourselves in the work we were trying to do and what we were trying to accomplish. So I think it's fitting that that's how I am today, because this is something that we're trying to do, and what we're trying to accomplish today really related to Will's character and why he deserves this second chance. And the quote is this: "There's no need to talk about it, because the truth of what one says lies in what one does." Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you. Thank you very much. You spoke from your heart. The thing is that I'm so impressed with this companion program, and that a lot of the facilities want to implement it. And I think it's said that the common frustration is the inmates is struggling with mental issues and other issues, and they feel that there's really a lack of compassion. And so what William has done is he even established a bingo program. Now, it sounds, like, what is that? But I know elderly people in my community that they live for that, for the companionship and talk with people. But what he did, showing his kindness, he took his own personal items from his canteen as prizes. And they knew it, and they appreciated it. And so, what he has done, given them confidence, friendship, and connecting to others is amazing. And you, obviously, from your presentation, you saw him daily. You knew what he was doing. And so that's why your testimony means a lot to me. And I love what you said, that you believe with confidence that you're only seeing the beginning of what he was capable of.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
beautiful. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
First. Thank you very much. It's funny, when I was sitting here listening to you, I literally just had a flashback. I did one of my CPE sessions at Mass General and worked in the psych unit, but the locked unit within the unit. And what you just described with that particular inmate, I had witnessed there. You know, you think you've seen a lot of things, you know, working with mentally ill people and violent people. But there was one incident there that I literally, I'd never seen anything like it in my life. And like I said, it was almost like a prison because we were a locked unit within a locked unit. And so I just, on a very deep personal and spiritual level, I have to say that that really affected me because I know what that's like. And it's really, really scary, even with a lot of really big, strong people around, to try to contain the situation. Thank you for sharing that. It's fascinating because I haven't worked in the psych unit in probably 12 years, but and I still don't know why they put me there. But yeah, I literally had forgotten about that until you said that.
Sorry that brought that up for you.
Oh, no, I did most of my work late. Most of my chaplaincy work later was with drug addiction in hospice. And I always said to people, hospice was the easiest assignment.
So again, when I was there, there's been some changes at Bridgewater since, but when I was there, so it was a bit of a mix. I think a large majority of the patients that they were paired up with as companions were civil commitments, either under a Section 7 and 8 or NGRI or incompetent to stand trial. But there were some men that were held there either as pretrial or sentenced inmates back in that time period. So there were some individuals that actually the elderly companion that he was paired up with was in that exact situation. He was serving a life sentence. Yes, sir. Extreme mental health.
Counselor Kennedy, we cannot hear your questions.
We want you, it makes you wonder
There
why
we
we
go.
have people in an institution like that or doing a life sentence like that that's that mentally ill. You left in 2015?
I did.
Why? You sound like you're a big loss to the place. Where'd you go?
So I had some personal changes going on in my own life and I needed a little bit better work-life balance.
Okay.
But I actually, I've moved on. Today I'm here in my capacity working at Bridgewater as an individual person, but I do actually work at the Department of Mental Health currently in the
Okay.
forensic division.
All right. Well, thank you for your testimony. It was very powerful.
Appreciate you having me. Devin McCourty, player for the Patriots, 12 years, been a captain 11 of the 12 years, and very fortunate to win 3 Super Bowls. And I will say this is, I think, my 3rd time in the State House, and probably the most nervous I've ever been compared to playing championships and things like that. So actually they won, so that's how our season ended. But I will say it's an honor for me, a guy who's played football his whole life and obviously graduated, from college and all that. But to be in this room with a lot of you guys who have dedicated your life to justice and other people have dedicated their lives to helping other people, I don't take it for granted being in these spaces. So for me, it's been very fortunate. I got opportunity to hear about William's case at the end of kind of 2019, end of 2020, which was a rough year for my family. We lost our daughter in May of 2020, a stillborn. And I remember Rasan Hall reached out to me when he was working at the ACLU, and he said, there's a case that I think that you would be good for, but I also think you would be interested in. And I remember when he reached out to me, I was like, man, I really can't take anything else on. But then I got the opportunity to get on a Zoom call that off season with Janine and Brother William Dixon, and just the energy they had for William and how they felt towards him kind of opened my eyes and said, you know what, maybe I do need to get involved. And then I spoke to Chris and we worked out what I needed to do to get on the list to talk to William, and we set up a Zoom in April. And for me, it was kind of a great moment for me, I think, for what I was going through. My wife now was pregnant again, and we were downstairs. I was downstairs in my basement on the computer. And as many people know, in this new age, when you have kids, my kids kept running down to the basement, yelling and screaming, interrupting the call. And I sat there talking to William and over and over again, just getting to know him, learning. He said, no matter what, whether I get out or I don't get out, nothing will change with my vision and how I want to help other people. That just won't change. And so I walked away and I was like, all right, I'm all in. I'm going to help out. I'm going to be a part of the organization, of being at events and different things like that. And this past season, it hit me and I was like, I'm kind of being selfish with this, because here's this amazing individual and I have a group of, 70 something men who are players, another 10 to 15 as coaches, probably another 20 to 25 as administration. And I said, I'm not telling them about this. And after week 2 of this past season, we played the Jets. We have our social justice meetings. As a team, we decided we want to be involved in the community and make a difference. So we meet on Mondays, and it could be about anything someone has going on, or a nonprofit in Massachusetts or Rhode Island or New England area that we want to learn about, who come and speak to us. And I decided that I would tell them William's story. And got in front of the team, told him his story. I read a letter that I actually wrote to the governor, and the response was amazing. I still remember as I finished, Coach Belichick in the back, who you guys probably know as a man of few words, but if you ever are a player for him, he's a long-winded individual. Stands up and he goes, how can we help? And I was like, well, you could write a letter to the governor. And in true Bill fashion, he's like, well, I can't write a letter, but if we can draft up a letter, I can sign it. And from there, every coach on the coaching staff signed it. A few coaches wrote individual letters in support. And I come here today because William met me, but walks away with a resource of many different individuals. Jonathan and Robert Mr. are owner and president of the team. They know William. And I kind of think about that a year ago, to sit here and say, like, what are the chances of that, of them being in on that Zoom call and listening? And I think from there, William now has a friend in me. As he's released, he can call on and say, hey, I'm interested in this. Do you have a resource there? I'm interested in that. Do you know anyone that does that? But most importantly, I think he has a friend that he can call on, or that I can call him and say, hey, there's something going on around 4:30 on Sunday. I know you got church in the morning, but I got some Patriots tickets if you want to come out and be that kind of friend to, I think it's always important, as you guys ask, how do you move on? How do you deal with, some of the things that'll show up in life that you haven't had to deal with? And I think sometimes we kind of minimize the presence of just a friend, of being able to maybe for 3 hours escape some of the struggles that you're going through. And if he's a sports fan, coming to sit at a game and watch a game, and for 3 hours just be able to have fun and enjoy some of the things in life that God has created for us to enjoy. And I know for me, in 2020, I took advantage of every opportunity I got because of what I was going through, for 3 hours on Sunday to go out there, have fun, be with friends, and not always think about some of the hardships that were going on. So I feel very fortunate to look at William and say, hey, I'm going to be a friend you can call on, to be a resource, but also to just be a friend. And feel very fortunate and, blessed that, Governor Baker and you guys as his counsel, are here even listening and making this decision and, moving Massachusetts, into a really bright future, that I'm not from here, but I call it a second home. And it's been an honor for me over the past 12 years to be a part of some pretty amazing things, that have happened here in Massachusetts. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Right.
Appreciate that.
Any questions? Your testimony was compelling. Tell them it came from your heart. I think you did a good job.
Thank
Good
you.
to see you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for your testimony. It's a wonderful program, Second Chance Justice. As a leader, can you tell us what assistance you will give William when he's released?
Yeah, I think just as a leader and a person in the community, I just want to be there for what he needs. I think far too often we try to, give people and tell them what, we need to give them. But to me, like, I don't know all his interests. I know he wants to give back and be a part of the youth. And I think because of what I've been able to do on the football field in the community, if there's opportunities to go into schools and to talk to young kids who maybe have gone down the wrong path, if those are some of his interests, as being a leader, I can go alongside him and be there with him. So I think one of the biggest things, I want to be a listening ear to some of the things he wants to do, and then use some of the resources that I have and some of the things that I've done with my time here and assist him and be there for him. And I think, Brother William Dickerson is one of the best people he can be around, and being able to align myself with those two to help out in Brockton and to help out in Massachusetts in different areas is something I want to help out and do.
Well, I hope you'll help to fulfill his dream of being a chef.
Well, I can't cook, so I don't know how. I'll be a tester.
I hope so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for this.
Thanks for being here and sorry for the loss of your child.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
We all are.
That's the end of the witnesses on behalf. If there's anybody else that wants to say a few words on behalf of. Okay, go ahead.
We're moving on.
Over the last 2 years, excuse me, I'm gonna cry. William and I spoke a lot about transformative change. And so what I want to talk about right now is the transformative change he's had on the criminal legal system. 2 years ago, we set out to do the impossible. Commutations weren't a thing in Massachusetts. It was underutilized. It wasn't utilized at all. And we sought to make commutation apolitical. The Willie Horton effect, compounded by Dominic Sinelli, we had to overcome that. And William lent his story for us to be able to do that. And I knew we had to get his story out there, but once we did, that people would fall in line like everybody here. He has inspired an Associate Justice of the Superior Court, Mary Squires Lee, to write in a decision that had nothing to do with commutation, that he's a good candidate. Robert Cordy, a retired Justice of the Supreme Court and a former counsel to Governor Weld, who was involved in commutations during that time. I asked him to come on board as pro bono counsel. I said, these are the 5 reasons why you should. Within minutes, he responded, yes. He's inspired my own family. My brother wrote a letter of support. My brother's very conservative, and it was a time where he was not very pleased that his little sister was a criminal defense attorney. Williams changed him. They correspond, they email, they've spoken on the phone, and my brother cannot wait for the day that he gets to meet William. And William's going to talk about this. He's going to talk about hope. I know firsthand the effect that he's had on men in prison. I've gotten phone calls. I had a client at MCI Norfolk The day that Governor Baker commuted these sentences, he called me and he said, there's hope here. There's hope here. There's never been hope here. And this is a man who's never going to have his sentence commuted. I've got clients at Susan Baronowski, never going to have their sentence commuted, and they see hope. And because of William's story, because he gave me permission to share his story with all of my clients, I've had clients get out of Susan Baronowski in a matter of months because they started to take the steps that William did. And I've been a criminal defense attorney for 25 years. I've met hundreds of criminal defendants and prisoners, and hands down, by far, William is the best person I've met in the criminal legal system. He's also the best person I've ever met personally. And this means everything to me as a professional and as a human being that he's be free one day.
Thank you.
Thank you. You notice my mask was broken.
Good
one.
Takes care of that part of the hearing. Anybody here in
That's it.
opposition? Say again, anybody here in opposition? Hearing nobody? William?
Yes,
Take the mask off.
yes. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody for the kind words. I appreciate it. I want to start by thanking Chairman Juvenile and the entire Government Council for taking the time to hear the changes I have made to become the man I am today, and to allow me to state my remorse for the killing of Purvis Bester. I now would like to graciously thank Leah Cole, Miss Hattie Bester, and the rest of the Bester family for finding it in their hearts to forgive me for the part I played and taking Mr. Bester away from them. I am truly sorry.
Is it?
I also want to thank Governor Baker, Lieutenant Governor Polito, the Advisory Board of Pardons, and the Plymouth District Attorney, Timothy Cruz, for believing in me. I would like to thank the Department of Correction for providing me with the programs I needed in order to make me a success. That's why programming is so important, and I pray more programming is coming, because there can never be enough. To my father, Francis, attorneys, and all of my supporters in Brockton and beyond, thank you for not just standing with me, but standing up for me. I truly love you all with every inch of my being, because you not only gave me hope, you gave me strength, courage, and the ability to see life beyond these walls. And to my Heavenly Father, who is the reason I am the man I am today, I want to give thanks to him most importantly, because without him, none of the above would have been possible. If I am given a second chance, I will use the opportunity to not only help my family, but my community, to which I know and understand that I have harmed and taken so much from. I will do everything in my power to not only be a role model and mentor to my son, but a beacon of light to all of those who have also seen a small glimmer of hope, but are trapped beyond those walls. I understand this moment right here today. No matter what happens, it's not just historical, but monumental. It represents so much. I saw on the news that the last hearing that was held for a lifer was almost 25 years ago, and I am one of the first to be here. So I understand that hope is not just in my heart. Hope is also on my back and shoulders. I promise I will make you proud by doing good and being good, and that I won't let my fellow prisoners down either. The companion program, which is one of the best programs ever made, designed, and approved by the Department of Correction, is where I first truly experienced hope. I was given the opportunity to participate in this group in 2014. It allowed me to give a part of myself to others and want nothing more than a smile in return. I was able to help so many others in similar situations as me, but they were unable to cope with our surroundings, being it emotionally, and/or mentally, or some combination of both. These are some of the things we companions do. I have sat with men who thought death was a better option. I would talk to people I serve about whatever they want to speak about. Some I would just sit and listen to, read a book of their choice, play the type of music they like, and any type of games they want to play. For others, I would have to report what they said to me in order to save their lives. In the end, I was able to bring hope to them all. I love my job, and most of all, I enjoy helping people. I was recently given the opportunity to be one of the first prisons ever to become a certified peer support specialist. We companions advocated to be able to take the course so we could be certified. Our team leaders made it happen with the approval of the Department of Correction. There were 6 companions in the program. 2 of them were in my class. We attended classes on Zoom with a whole class of people throughout Massachusetts. When I started, I was afraid that we would be judged and shunned. I was wrong. We were accepted and embraced and given the tools and opportunity to continue helping other people. I hope you ask me about these programs and others because there's a lot to say. I would like to take this time to express my sincere and deepest apologies to Mr. Best's family and friends. I cannot find words to fully express the sorrow I feel for what I have done. There is not a day that goes by that I do not think about my actions and the fact that Mr. Best's family had to bury their loved one. I am truly sorry for what I have done. I and I alone am responsible for my reckless and irresponsible actions. I failed to make better choices, and in my selfish ways, I didn't think about how many people I would end up hurting when I agreed to do an armed robbery. If I had said no, Mr. Bester might still be alive today. I can never bring back Mr. Bester to his family and our community, and I am unable to lessen the pain I have caused. Of this, I am fully aware of how much I have truly taken from the Bester family. I am truly sorry. Before bringing this to a close, I humbly ask this council if we could please have a moment of silence for Mr. Bester. Thank you. I can answer your questions now if you like.
Let me just say a few things. I don't have much questions for you. I just remember that young kid 27 years ago in Brockton Superior Court. That smile. Judge Cowan telling me to make him take the plea. Paul Dolly, who's now the chief judge of the district courts, he was almost crying that you didn't take that plea. And I thought it was an injustice then. I think it's an injustice, all the 27 years you spent in jail. But you're here now. You're going to get this commutation because I think everybody on this board is going to vote for you for what you did while you were in there. And I want to ask you one question. I see here you got a certificate of an award for most likely to be on Saturday Night Live. What's up with that?
Well, when everybody's down, they call me to make them smile, So I was a jokester.
Well, you haven't lost that smile once in those 27 years.
Thank you.
You're a good man and you're going to get a commutation.
Thank you.
Altamirano.
Questions. I read the whole packet here. The institutional record is, it's impressive. Did a good job. Let me just bring you back to the day in question, way back when. You and your friend went to Mr. Bester's apartment.
Yes.
And you And you brought you had a mask on, you brought knives, is that right?
Yes.
What was your intention? I mean, why does someone bring knives is what I'm trying to get at.
Well, I worked at the Veterans Hospital in Jamaica Plain.
Right near my house.
And yes, and I was supposed to stay in Boston that day. So I got a call from Mr. Perry, and he asked me to come back to Brockton. And I normally stay in Boston for the weekend because the bat bus didn't run on Sundays. And I stayed at my aunt's house from Friday to Monday, and then I go home on Monday. So he asked me to come back to Brockton, which I did, and because they came to pick me up, we dropped the owner of the trucks off to his house, and we supposed to have hung out with our girls in Boston. The knives came later on because he asked me to drive down Spring Street. I drove down Spring Street. We met somebody that he knew. They spoke, and he asked me, "Do you want to do a robbery?" I said no. Then we ended up going to Boston. You know, while we was in Boston, we smoked some weed and came back to Brockton. And the same guy that was at the corner, you know, he spoke to again, and then that's when they agreed to it, and that's when I went to my house and got a kitchen knife. That's how it all started.
Well, one good thing that you did at the robbery was at least the woman in the I think it was the bathroom.
Yes.
They were thankful to you that it appears that you prevented them from being seriously injured or maybe even, you know, death could have resulted. So that was good. You know, I looked at your record. I mean, like I said, it's impressive. When it says that one of these years you were a referee for what was that about?
Well, we used to referee for basketball, you know, softball. We did referee for a whole lot of different games. Yeah, we had kickball, you know, and we do we as companions we did like different events, and we had like a kickball game where you know you had the clinicians, you know, playing with companions and you know person serve, and you know you have some of us that ref the game, and some that didn't, and then we had aviation, you know, challenges who can make, you know, airplanes and throw it the furthest, and you know, it was just you know, just fun, you know, to bring light to you know a situation.
Yeah, and you know, to me, the biggest challenge, if you get out, looks like that very well may happen, is that you don't get back in.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the biggest challenge. Is you don't want it to be a revolving door. You get out, you come in. You're going to let a lot of people down. You're going to let the governor down if that happens. You're going to let all these wonderful people who did such a great job here today. You're going to let them down. You're going to let this body down, and it's happened before. So, how can you assure us that that won't happen?
Well, in prison these days, there's a thing called hope. And when hope smacks you in the face, you gotta let it stay there, you know, because hope brings, you know, hope that, you know, hope stands for hope, opportunity, purpose, you know, for everyone that's in prison, you know, and, you know, I know, like I said, hope is on my back and shoulders too. And, you know, when I walk out those doors, I want to take the hinges off those doors because I never wanted to close again. And I know a lot of people, they are in my same position. And now everyone has hope. You know, everyone has hope.
I totally agree. And they'll have even more hope if you're a success story down the road. They'll have even more hope if the inmate who came before us last week, if he succeeds, then more inmates will have hope. So that's important. My last question is, I mean, to me, commutations, it's about your record in the institution. It's about whether or not you're remorseful. But have you done extraordinary things while in prison? And one thing that I did read, and I think it was at Bridgewater, I could be wrong, in 2011, I think it was a female correctional officer was being attacked by another inmate. You intervened and you prevented serious harm to the correctional officer. Can you explain what happened on
that? She was one of the best, right? So she had this motto, you know, always clean the doorknobs and always clean, you know, the windows. So I was like at the end of my shift, and you had a guy that, you know, I was going to his dorm, and so happened that he just bust open the door and like ran past me, but I didn't think none of it because that's what normally happens. And then I hear a scream, and instantly I just dropped everything I had and I just grabbed him like, "What are you doing?" And that's how it ended up, because you know we wasn't taught to, when I first got there, we wasn't taught to restrain anybody or you know or stop anybody from attacking anybody. But I just couldn't see somebody attack anybody, and it was just my instincts to just prevent it from happening.
Oh, thank you for that, and best of luck. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we've covered a lot and your witnesses covered a lot. Let me ask you this. How did you get chosen in 211 for the Cadre program to work with the mentally ill?
I was at Shirley Medium, and I did every program in there. And the last program I was in culinary. And another guy that went to the Cadre unit, he sent a letter saying, "Yo, tell Will to come to the Cadre unit. You know, lifers can come down here." Because at one point they didn't allow, you know, lifers to go there. And I went to the CPO and I asked the CPO, I said, you know, "Can I get classed to the Cadre unit because there's nothing else for me here?" And she was like, "Sure, you know, I class you there." So she classed me, they denied me. And then I want to say maybe like 2 weeks later, they called me back from the barbershop because I started working in the barbershop after that. They called me from the barbershop and said, "Alan, we need to do the class board real quick because, you know, they need you to go to the Cadre unit." So I ended up getting to the Cadre unit. That's how I ended up getting to the Cadre unit. They expedited. So I went that next week to the Cadre unit.
So it was kind of a roundabout way. It sounds like it was difficult at first, but
Yes.
absolutely. We're
We're
gonna,
gonna take a quick break. The Lieutenant Governor's gonna come in for about 10 minutes or so. And you people can stay right where you are, wish. And then, another thing here, we're gonna break for lunch after that, and we'll be back here at 1 o'clock.
Counselor, when we take a break, can we have a dinner?
recognize Councilor DePaolo for our prayer and pledge today.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. Today I wish to offer our thanks to and their families and friends and communities of gun violence, which continues to plague the Commonwealth and in particular my home city.
To the flag.
United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I recognize Councilor Jubenville for a motion to record advice and consent for the financial warrant. There's a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And I recognize Councilor Ianella for a motion to record advice and consent for the pending list of notaries public and justices of the peace.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We have 2 nominations today. Stephen H. Murray has been nominated to the position of Administrative Judge on the Industrial Accidents Board. That's within your jurisdiction, Councilor Ianella.
If it's agreeable with everybody, February 16th at 10:30 a.m. Thank you.
Okay, and the second nomination is Jamie Spiller Kaplan. She's been nominated to the position of Administrative Judge on the Industrial Accident Board. That's in your jurisdiction.
We can do 2 of those in a day. Why don't we
We
do
already
the,
have 2.
we have 2? Okay, so,
Unless you want to do it now.
I
We
don't
can
think
do
so.
one.
No, we can't. I mean, I'll get back to you on it. I'll take a look at it. We'll figure it out, because I have a vacation in there, so I have to figure it out.
Okay, we will confirm a date for Jamie Spiller Kaplan. That concludes our.
Could I hear, excuse me,
Mary Hurl-
can I hear the date for Stephen Murray? I couldn't hear it.
Yes, it's February 16th at 10:30.
Who's the other one we got? Okay.
Thank you.
Karen Ball.
Okay.
Oh, Campbell, yeah.
Okay, that,
We'll figure it out.
for Councilor Devaney, we have a hearing date of February 16th at 10:30 for Stephen Murray, for your calendar. Okay, we have 2 nominations today.
I'll figure the other one out this afternoon.
Thank you
Okay,
very much.
very
Thank
good.
you,
Thank you,
That
Governor.
concludes our business today.
I'll come over.
Thank you.
All right, let's get back. Okay, I'm gonna take this off. I'm so used to having it on.
Ain't
Thank
getting any
you.
younger.
Okay, Mr. Allen, you told us a little bit about how you got the cadre position, and indeed, that is kind of a difficult position to get, but it sounds like they were in need of your unique services at the time. You were entrusted with the care of other people. That's a big deal. Did you feel protective of them?
Yes, I did, because you know, I go into a situation where, you know, how would I want to be treated,
Mhm.
and how would I want somebody to look out for me? So that's how I took on this position. You know, I wasn't there. My mother, when I was on the street, I used to look after my mother because she was on drugs. And, you know, me looking after somebody, you know, elder, and that couldn't take care of themselves, you know, remind me of, you know, taking care of my mother, even though she passed, you know, when I got to, she passed a little bit before I got to State Hospital.
Yeah, that's a burden no child should have to carry. And I can imagine that it must have had a great impact on you, positive and negative, it sounds like. Can you describe for me who was either the worst or most challenging patient and why? And you don't have to use names if, you know.
Well, I don't really view them as challenging.
Mhm.
I didn't really view them as challenging. You know, I think I would really say none, but I would I would say the only thing that I would say is I got enough exercise. And you know, and if I didn't want to exercise, I had no choice but to exercise. You know, because had this guy, you know, his name is Eddie. I call him Eddie, and he was the one that, you know, I was matched up with, and we was considered an odd couple. Yeah, you know, remember the Six Flag commercial where the old guy be like, "Duh, duh, 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 duh."
Oh, yeah.
So that's how Eddie looked. He looked like him, and we was like the odd couple. And
Was this the white guy who
Yes.
had been more
Yes.
bigoted when
Yes.
before he met you?
Yes. So how I first met him is they start you off, you go to the Cadre and they start you off at the bottom. So they consider the infirmary like the bottom.
Mhm.
So I'm in there, and this guy used to always, every day at a certain time, they'd give him a soda and his cake. So I'm cleaning the day room and he's eating a soda and cake. I'm like, let me get some. No. I'm like, all right. So then one day the music came in there. The music lady used to come in there, Miss Kushner. She used to come in there and she used to play music, and he used to sing. And I went in there and I started singing with him. Then I started dancing with him. So we came up with this dance that we used to always do, you know, me and him. And then he ended up getting a companion that he had, but the companion ended up leaving. So he couldn't leave the unit without a companion or anybody to look out for him. So I decided to just go over there and visit him and just take him out because they won't let him out by himself because, you know, he's a little slight dementia and all that. And my companion leaders seen this going on, right? And they was trying to find somebody to match up with him. And then one day because every week we have a team meeting, and they was like, yeah, Eddie's your companion. I said, okay, yeah. So that's how he ended up becoming my companion. And he just had so much energy for a 70-year-old. And I should say to him, Eddie, I'm old. I can't be running around like this. And he'd be like, shut up, come on. I'm like, all right. So
Does he just want to walk around, or what did he have you doing with
he
him?
just did not sit around. He did not sit. If he's not eating or running around stealing somebody's food, he's getting into something, you know. So I used to always have to look out for him. So I play cards with him and stuff like that. And then one day, you know, he goes into like his own world and he talks to himself. And we playing cards one day, and I said to him, I says, Eddie, tell me a story. And he snapped out of it. And he started telling me a story about one day he was driving down the street. He seen a house on fire. He ran in the house. He brought the kids downstairs, cut the music on so they could listen to it, so they could feel safe. And he started crying. You know? So, you know, he has his moments where he comes back to reality, you know, and I would say none of them was hard, you know, because if you show them that humility, you know, you give them that empathy, and they open up to you. It's just how you treat them. That's what it is. So I don't think any of them was hard.
How many hours a day would you be, and was it every day a week?
Every day.
Every day for how long?
Every day, all day. Every day, all day.
Would you have you'd have your meals with them and everything?
No, we would go to, like, I would go to Chow and then go over there. And I used to get yelled at by the team leaders because they used to be like, take a break, take time for yourself. But, you know, I'm like, you know, I have enough time for myself, you know, give them some time, you know, because they need freedom. They need the feel, because, you know, some of them don't have, you know, the outside. Some of them don't have, you know, that person that they can call. Some of them don't get letters. So if I can just show my face over there for 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, it's wonderful. And it was to the point, right, where, you know, if you knew Kyle and if you knew Eddie, they was two of the most dangerous people. Because Eddie would punch you. and
Was he big? Was he strong?
No, he was a little frail old man. You know, he was a frail old man, but back in his days, you could tell he was rough. And he's still in his mind, he still thought he can do that. And Kyle, you know, he had like many different personalities where he thought he was a gangster, a gang member or whatever. And they was like the odd couple. But when Kyle ended up moving over to the infirmary, Eddie used to push him in the wheelchair, and they became good friends. You know, so I wouldn't say it was because of me. It's because Eddie showed him that, you know, we can do things together, and they both was religious and they both went to church. You know, so they had a common ground where they came together.
Well, when you show somebody humanity, it can be interesting how that reveals itself. So you shared with us how you were able to handle many of these people. The victim in the apartment, Deborah Gray, this was already mentioned, I think, by Councilor Iannella earlier in the day. She was one of the women in the bathroom when the actual crime, the robbery, was committed. And you went in there, and I think maybe at first you held a knife to them or whatever, but you were in there with these women. How many women were in there? Do you remember approximately?
When I first went in there, it was 4, and then one was hiding in the tub. I didn't see her.
Yep.
And then when I went to tell him how many people was in the house, and he said go search them beds, I went back in there, and that's when I realized there was a woman in the bathtub.
Okay.
So it was 5 altogether.
And then when he came in, he was very threatening to them.
Well, yes, because Mr. Bester, you know, whispered a name. And when he whispered a name, the women pushed her out the bathroom. And when they whispered, and when she came out the bathroom, he went to search her. I was like, yo, they all set, they don't have nothing. And then that's when they said that's his girlfriend, which was Deborah Gray. And then Deborah Gray went behind the couch and she got like a rock piece to pass it to him. And he smacked it out of her hand and he said, what, you think I'm a basehead? You did, you know, and then he just went ill on it. Then he went behind her and tried to, you know, and I said, no. Then that was it.
Yeah. What prompted you to protect these women?
Because my intentions.
I mean, because at this point you didn't know he had already stabbed the other fella.
No, my intentions wasn't to. I didn't want to do the robbery. First of all, but I was young. I agreed to do it, and I was a part of it. And I want nobody to get hurt. You know, the thing was to go in there and take what we take and leave. But it went somewhere else that I never thought it would ever go. And it went that far.
Yep.
So I said, at this point, I said, listen, no one's going to get hurt. We out of here.
And were you able to get him out?
Well, I came up with an elaborate plan and it worked. I said, listen, I'm grabbing this camera case. I'm saying to myself, if I grab this camera case and if I grab this scanner and run out of here, I hope he follows me. Sure enough, I grabbed the camera case and the scanner. I ran out, he followed me, and it was it.
And when the women turned out their pockets and everything and were supposedly going to be giving you their money and whatever, they only had $1. Is that
Well,
true?
when I first went to the bathroom, Miss Santos, she had a knife and an aerosol can.
Mhm.
And I pointed the knife at her and I said, put it down. She puts it on the floor, picks it up, put it on the dresser. Then I go in there and I say to my co-worker, I said, did you, there's women in the bathroom. He said, go search them. I went back in and I said, do you have anything? She went in her pocket, pulled out $1. I said, keep it. You're going to be all set. So she put it back in her pocket. That was it. Then that's when I came out the bathroom, that's when I seen it's the best of crawling on the floor.
Yep. You're lucky she didn't spray that spray can in your eyes.
You're right.
Yeah, I'm really serious.
Yes.
'Cause
No,
you
you're
would have
definitely
been, you probably would have been stabbed.
Yes.
It was smart of her to actually do that and a means to protect herself. And so in 211, you intervened again when a female officer was attacked.
Yes.
And can you describe that to us again? What prompted you to do that?
Um,
And did you realize it was a female officer being attacked or just an officer being attacked?
it didn't matter what it was. It was just, I just heard a scream. And instantly, without hesitation, I just grabbed him.
Okay, let's shift a little bit. As a first degree, how were you able to get into the Barber program?
I worked when I was in the Max, I worked in the visiting room. And at the time, I used to cut hair when I first came upstate. I cut hair in Walpole. And
Without training, you just did it?
yeah, I just without training, no license or nothing. I was
And where were you doing this?
in the barbershop.
In the barber shop?
In Walpole,
okay.
yes. And when I got to the Max, there was a instructor that used to come from Florida now it's ran by the state, but he used to own different barbershops and like in Norfolk, Shirley Max, and I believe it was in Gardner, I believe it was. And his name was Richie, and I used to always see him. I'd be like, yo, listen, I want to be in the barbershop. And he'd be like, yeah, whatever, and I was just persistent. And I asked the DOT if I can get in there because I want to learn how to cut hair. And because I was on him so much that they put me into the barber school.
Okay. And so did you complete the licensing requirements?
Yes, I did the cut and I did the test, yes.
Okay. And we've heard several times there's a job offer waiting for you if you want to go into a car dealership. Have you thought about being a barber? Is it something you'd want to do?
Barbering, you cut hair anywhere. You cut hair outside, cut hair in the basement, you cut hair anywhere, And see, barbering could be, like a secondary job. It could be something that you do on the weekend.
Did they teach you to do shaves or anything like
You
that?
do the 14 steps, you do, the crew cuts, you do everything.
But the shaving?
That's the 14 steps.
Wow. See, I don't have a beard, so.
Yeah. You have to, when you take the test, you have to know how to blend the hair with the shears, and you break the nape of the neck, and then you have to blend the hair with the shears. Then you have to do, the lineup with the razor, and then you have to do the 14 steps of the face.
Good for you. I think hair is one of the last forms of free expression left. So, I was just speaking to someone the other day about, you may not be aware of this because you've been in prison for so long, but there are so many barbershops now.
Yes.
It's like a profession that has just revitalized all over the place. And, it's gone back to almost the old school barbershop of what it used to be. I don't think the cuts and the shaves are $5 anymore, but it's certainly something that you could get a job in, I would think.
Well, if you look at it, everything need a haircut now. You know, they cutting dogs, they cutting Barbie dolls, they cutting everything's getting cut now. So,
Yeah,
you know,
right. Well, okay, shifting once again. Was the restorative justice program helpful and instrumental in your rehabilitation?
well, I'm gonna start off in the beginning. It started off with alternative violence. That's where it was. When I did alternative violence, you know, because at first, you know, you have a lot of groups where, you know, people say this group is good, but then when you do it, you're like, you know. But when I did alternative violence, it opened me up to want to learn more, because it talk about empathy. It talk about, you know, similar to restorative justice. You know, it was like a stepping stone for restorative justice. And I really didn't know about restorative justice until, I want to say, 2016, I believe it was. And because a guy went to parole, and I want to say it was Bono that brought up restorative justice to him, and she said that, I think you should, you know, do restorative justice. And that's when we went to the chaplain, Peg Newman, and asked her if she would do restorative justice. And that's when, you know, we did restorative justice. But then when I got to OCC, there was a clinician that used to be at the state hospital, Liz. She opened up restorative justice in Norfolk, and she brought it to OCC. And I got into it. And restorative justice, you know, I've learned, you know, you have to restore the mistakes that you made. You know, in order to restore that, you have to restore yourself first.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to restore myself before I can restore someone else. So it taught me something different, you know, and because it taught me something different, I became the circle keeper the second time because I wanted to learn more.
Yeah. In some ways, although it's different, it's almost like the 12-step program. That
Yes.
you've got to admit there's a problem before you can even
Yes.
do the work.
Yes.
You mentioned, did you say it was Dr. Bonner?
Yes.
That mentioned that to you
No, she didn't mention it to me. She mentioned it to somebody else that went to parole before I did in 2016.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to figure out if she was I don't think she was the chair of the board then. Yeah, she's our forensic psychologist and really very, very sharp. Seems to understand these issues a little bit better. I'll be really honest. Last week and this week, I'm a little bit stunned there's no one here from parole. Typically, the chair of the parole board would have been here in making a statement. And I don't understand it. I'd like to say I'm surprised, but I think it is a huge reflection of how this board is run in acts, but that has nothing to do with you. Okay, your last, you've had very few discipline reports,
Yeah.
reports. Last one was in 2004.
Yes. No,
Oh.
2019.
19.
Yes.
Do tell. What happened?
What happened was, I was on the phone. I called, at the time, my ex-wife, soon to be ex-wife. She was, I called her. She was talking to my son, and my son was going through a situation, but I didn't know she was on the phone with him. And I ended up calling, and she connected us.
Oh, three-way call.
Yeah, she connected us. And I was like, okay, what's up? So my son told me what happened. And we was on the phone for maybe like two minutes or whatever.
Yeah.
Because, you know, his phone call was over. And then as soon as we get off the phone, I told her, don't ever do that again. And then that's when they gave me like a guilty without a finding or something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah. Because they listen to everything you're
Yes.
saying, so. So before that, how many did you have total while you were in? 5?
5, yes. Sir.
5? So that was 1. So you had 4 before that.
Yes.
What were they for? Do you remember?
The first one was in Walpole. That was a learning experience. I just got to Walpole, and I was in OU. And
What's that?
that's orientation unit. And what they do is they quade you from OU to it's like Bristol, Essex, and Suffolk.
Mm-hmm.
So they quade me to Bristol 1. But before they moved me to Bristol 1, a guy just moved back down to the minimum end, because you had like the max end and the minimum end. So OU was on the max end. And when I moved to the cell, I didn't know then, because my first time being locked up, the rule is search the cell before you move in, because whatever is found is yours. So they had a locker, a big locker in the cell, and stand-up locker. And behind the locker was like, I'm talking about this newspaper had to be like in the 70s, because it was so brittle and old. And you go to rec every day, like for an hour. You go to the yard. So I went to the yard for an hour and came back. Dude closed the door behind me. I'm like, what's up? They was like, yeah, we found something in your cell. I said, I just moved in here. He's like, yeah, we know. He's like, I know it's not yours, but it's a learning experience. So whatever, he found like a small ice pick or something, and he was like, it's a learning experience. So I was like, all right.
That sounds very punitive to me, because I'm really serious.
But that's
because
how-
I know it's a quote unquote learning experience, but this is your life. This is your record.
Yes.
And anyway, tell me about the others.
Then there was another one, I believe, coming back from child late, because in the max they was real strict on coming back from child late. And you could be like 1 minute or 2 minutes late, and they would give you a ticket for coming from child late, which I should have been there on time. And there was another time where I went to, like on Sundays, we listened to like Hot 977 at the time. And
What? Say that
it's a
again?
radio station.
Oh, okay.
It was hot. It's going way back. It was like, this is the Hot 977 on Sundays, because they have like rap, reggae, slow, yeah. So this morning, gospel's in the morning. So I set up, the wire so you can get it. And I go to chow, I go on breakfast, and I come back from breakfast, and I'm like, my cell just didn't feel right. And I said, I looked around, I see my wire and stuff missing. So I said to the runner, did you see who was in my cell? He says, no.
Who's the runner? What's the runner?
The runner's going to clean the unit. And I said, well,
And is that an inmate or is that?
inmate, yes.
Okay.
Yes. So I said, well, can you tell Sheila to come here, please? That's how I spoke to him. So he said, so the CO comes to the door. I said, was you in my, I said, did you come in my cell? Why? I was like, well, because if it was anybody else, then there would be a problem. Then he was like, yeah. I was like, well, the next time you come to my cell, can you please just let me know? That's how I'm talking to him. But the door's closed. And he's, I don't argue. I'm not with the arguing. So what I did was, I never forget, Baywatch was on too. I was watching Baywatch. And I turned around, because I'm not going to argue. I don't argue with seals. I don't do none of that. So I turned around, and he's still yelling at the door. I threw my headphones, started watching Baywatch. And then he left. And I was just so mad, because I just asked him just to let me know the next time he was in my cell. I laid down. I get a knock on the door. I said, what's up? He was like, you're going upstairs. I was on the flats. He's like, going upstairs. I'm like, I'm all set right here. He's like, no, you're going upstairs. I said, for what? He's like, the ticket you just received. I said, what ticket? So as the lieutenant took me upstairs, he said, you hurt his feelings. I said, how did I hurt his feelings? I didn't argue with him. He's like, that's the point. You didn't argue with him. So I got that.
Again, punitive.
Yeah, I got that ticket.
Okay.
Yes. And I can't remember what the fourth one was. I know it was something. I can't remember what the fourth one, but the fifth one was in 2004. We was going to legal storage. It was like 4 or 5 of us. And I would say it's nobody's fault but my fault, because I should have minded my business, but I didn't want nothing to happen. And one of the guys that was with us got into an argument with one of the COs. And I told him, like, don't entertain it. Don't, it's not that serious. And, they sent him back to the unit. Then they told us to go to legal storage. We went to legal storage. We came back. and we had tier time. And then they came in deep and lugged us all. And that's when they said we did all kind of stuff. We didn't, and nothing happened. But, you know, I was wrong because, you know, I should just kept it going. But I just didn't want nothing to happen.
Yeah, I have to say, on the searching of the cell and then the wire thing where somebody's feelings got hurt, I don't know what the regulations or the rules are. I would think that the people working in these prisons would, when you got into the cell, would be going through the cell with you together. So it's documented whether there's anything in there or not. I would hope that's a best practice, if not now going forward. Again, it's not really your concern, but I find that quite disturbing, that somebody who is working in a prison is so sensitive that their feelings were hurt, indicates to me that they're in the wrong profession. And that also really, again, not your problem, but our problem. Who are we hiring? You know, I think that's outrageous, absolutely outrageous. Thank you for sharing that. I hope you don't get in trouble for it. During your trial, was the jury all white?
Yes.
Do you think that race played any part in your sentence?
No. I don't think so because I don't think so. No.
Really?
Well, to be honest with you, I didn't think of it at that time because that wasn't my.
You didn't think you were going to be convicted?
No, I didn't know.
Yeah, never occurred to you.
And I didn't think about race or anything like that. You know, because
I just have to interject. I mean, I'm a small white woman.
Yeah.
But how is you as a big black guy not think about how people look at you?
Wait a minute, small, loud white
A
woman.
small, loud white woman.
Yeah, right. Well, because at the time, you know, that wasn't my way of thinking.
But I understand you're sharing that with us, Mr. Allen, but I almost find that unbelievable. And if it's true, good for you. But, you know, I come from a multi-ethnic, multiracial family.
Yeah.
And I watch, you know, people don't know who they're talking to when they say some of the outrageous things they say to me about race. And they're talking about my family. Yeah. They're talking about my nieces. They're talking about my cousins. And I've watched them in this day where we're more aware being taken off of airplanes because they wear their hair in dreadlocks, you know, because they look suspicious or whatever. So I find it almost unbelievable that you could not have experienced that feeling of being other. And I know that Brockton is a more multi-racial community.
Yeah, there's a guy that used to live around my way. His name is Richie Lane. And he's a white guy. And remember Kid and Play? His hair was high as his. And we always had, around our area, we always interact with, we all white, Spanish, black, we all was together. We all played together. And the only time that I would say that I probably felt, you know, uncomfortable is when I went to Warren Prescott and I missed the bus and I had to go to school on the MBTA. But other than that, that's all I hung around with. You know, I didn't feel.
You were in a mixed crowd all the time.
Yes. So I didn't feel that type of racism or I heard it. So that's why I might have been sheltered, you know, because I really didn't go out of the neighborhood.
Okay.
You know, so I will say that.
Yeah.
And plus, you know, I was a little naive also at that age too.
Well, a lot of us are. I mean, I tell people one of the greatest experiences and most forming experiences of my life was going to, you know, I went to college at 17, going to college in Washington, D.C. before the Metro. That's how old I am. And I wasn't wealthy. I had to work extra jobs. in riding the bus, to areas, where my work was, and being the only white person on that bus, and being the only white person except for the supervisors in my job. And it really was a great education for me and what it feels like to be looked at, and people were just suspicious, like, what are you doing here? People were just suspicious all the time. And that's why I ask you, is because for me, it was a very life-changing and life-forming thing. Anyway, well, I'm glad that you didn't feel that.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's nice to hear. But I do want to know how you felt when you heard that the stabber, Mr. Perry, had been paroled in 2009.
Well, if I sit here and say I wasn't hurt, I'd be lying to you, because I'm like, how am I still in prison and the person that actually did it is out? And but I only let that hold me down for a little while, because I know God had a bigger plan for me, and I spoke to my godmother one day, and I said to her, I said, Mom, why God doing this to me? He said he had a reason. Whatever that reason is, you will find out soon. So I took her words to heart, and whatever his reason that he let him out, only God knows. And whatever happens to me, only he knows.
Well, I'm glad that you have such a deep faith base, because I think it has really helped carry you and inform the man that you've grown into while you were in prison. I'm glad that you applied for the commutation. I'm glad that the governor accepted it and you're having this opportunity today. Again, there are so many like you, and so many who probably were more like you, but they did give up hope because they weren't able, for whatever reason, they may not have had the tools to advocate for themselves, to get into some of these programs. And I think one of the big takeaways for us as counselors is that we don't have enough good, real programs in our jails and prisons that people can actually get into. Because otherwise, what are you doing all day? Getting in trouble, just like anything else. So thank you for your application. We will certainly consider it, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Let me just indicate to you that the chairman of the parole board called me about coming, and I said, there's no need of you coming. She would have been available if we needed her by a conference for last weekend, this week. But I said, we have your report, so if something comes up and we need you, we'll put you on a Zoom, and she was available on a Zoom.
We insisted they were here last time. That's why I'm surprised.
The other thing about the jury you brought up was, back in those years, there weren't a lot of minorities on juries. And you got a slip of paper about the juror that was, one slip of paper with the name, address, what they did for a living, whether they were married, what the wife's name was. And that was about it. And of course, no juror is coming to sidebar and they're going to admit they're racist. So, you were stuck with, your challenges were okay, but they didn't, basically you were looking at somebody to see whether you liked their looks, to challenge them on the jury. But there weren't a lot of minorities on jurors back in those days. I forget whether there was any minorities. I don't remember whether there were. But, things were different then, and there's no doubt in my mind that there was systemic racism. That's here today, and I know it was back then. It's what the report from Harvard said, that minority members don't commit more crimes, but police think they do. And in my experience with jurors, I think jurors think that minorities, if they're charged with a crime, probably did the crime. And that racism has been in our court system for forever. It's getting better, but it's way, a lot more has to be done. But that's it. You want to ask?
I just had one follow-up with Councilor Duff. You only had five, excuse me, five D reports in 27 years. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, yes, 6.
That's 6, sorry. So you had one like every 5 years. That's pretty good. And
Yeah, good.
there's a lot of bad guys in prison. You agree with that?
Yes.
And to me, 1D report every 5 years, it's a tough job these guys at the Department of Correction have. Will you acknowledge that?
I agree.
I mean, because it's a lot of trouble going on.
I definitely agree.
So to me, you know, there's a lot of bad, you know, there's some bad cops, there's some bad correction, but overall, from what I understand, just my assessment with the D reports, I'm not saying you didn't deserve it, but it appears that the folks in the Department of Correction, the correctional officers treated you pretty fairly.
No, listen, I have nothing bad to say.
Yeah,
And-
that's what I thought,
yeah.
but I didn't want to give the impression, you know, they were punitive in this.
No.
Once every 5 years, I mean.
No, listen, I'll be the first one. I tell you this, right? Throughout my 28 years, almost 28 years in prison, they treated me well.
Okay.
And I have nothing bad to say about, and to be truthfully honest with you, the guy that wrote me the ticket, you know, me and him became good. You know, I see him. How you doing today? How you doing, Miss Allen? You know, it was just a bad day, and we all have bad days, and I'm not saying that, you know, he was a bad person. I hated him. It was nothing like that. It was just an incident that happened that, you know, I brushed under the rug and he brushed under the rug, and
You got it, 28 years, one bad, that's
listen,
pretty damn good.
listen, I can't. I might be one of the very few that can honestly say, you know, I'm well respected and I respect them.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
This isn't going to be one of your bad days here. Councilor Ferreira.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're doing a great job here today. Mr. Allen, I just have a couple of follow-up questions. You know, we all bring something to the table. We're all different with our education, training, and experience. I don't know if you looked us up, what we did for a living. Have you?
Yeah. No.
No? All right. So I was a police officer for 30 years. I've been an attorney for almost 30 years as well. So we just bring different life experience to the table. I think you've done an amazing job in prison. You know, I think the average person thinks that someone goes to jail for life and they're out of their cell 1 hour a day. Can you give us an overall view of your experience in prison, like when you first got there compared to, you know, your 28 years, just briefly, like how that transitioned to where you're able to, you know, do good things and be out of your jail cell and get training?
When I first came in, I came to the old Plymouth, and you know, you had this. I was taught that when you come to prison, you gotta be tough, but I wasn't a tough guy. I was weighing 150, 132 or something like that, and you know, one day, you know, I tried to act tough, and somebody punched me out of the blue, and right in front of the police. And when you're like the victim, they put you in your cell and they brought the perpetrator to the hole. And I got a mirror and I looked at my face and I just started crying because I couldn't believe this person just hit me, you know? And everybody running to my cell like, yo, William, you all right? William, you all right? And I'm like, yeah, but you know, I cleaned up real quick, wiped my eyes and everything because I didn't want people to see me crying. And this guy, older guy, you know, when I got off, because they locked me in for a few. When I got off, you know, he pulled me to the side and said, "That's not how you do your time." And every day, he stuck with me, and every day we did everything together. We played cards, ping pong, anything. We was on the same team. So he kind of raised me to do prison time and to do it the right way, you know? So I took what he taught me, you know, and became the man that I am because of my upbringing, and put those two together. And I didn't become a statistics of prison. I gotta be tough in order to be, you know, known. I gotta be tough in order to be one of the guys. And what made me one of the guys is I was respected, and I respected everybody. You know, that's what made me one of the guys. And then in 2004, my mother, 2004, I get a letter in the mail from my grandfather letting me know that my mother had cancer. And I called my mother, and, you know, I heard her voice. And when I heard her voice, and she said to me, you know, when you get out, are you gonna come and see me? I knew I would never see her again, but I said, yeah. So my mother ended up passing away shortly after I got down to Shirley Medium. And I said to myself, I said, from this day forward, I'm gonna live my life for Mr. Bester, and I'm gonna live my life for her. And that's when everything started just moving forward. And the ball started rolling down the track. And 28 years later, it's been nothing but perfect.
I can't imagine being in jail for 28 minutes, forget about 28 years. But you certainly figured out how to not be involved in gang activity, not being involved in bad things in jail, and you've done an amazing job. With regard to your co-defendant, did you have any relationship with him in jail? Did you see him in jail?
No, not at all. Never been in the same camp or nothing.
Do you know how he's doing now, out on parole?
No. Bless you.
So, you know, when I first heard about these, I'll be honest with you, I kind of, you know, lean a little right sometimes when it comes to criminal justice, because I've seen what happens as a cop for 30 years. But, you know, I'm being educated every day. You have an amazing support group, amazing people, you know, amazing amount of people and the quality of people that have spoken up for you. And the same as last week as well. And I just find it mind-boggling that, you know, you could have done 3 to 5 maybe, and instead you've been in jail for 27, and you've come to grips with that and coped with it better than anyone else I can imagine. So congratulations on doing all the good things you've done in life and taking care of people at Bridgewater. You know, we have a responsibility. Each of us represents about 800,000 people, and we have a responsibility to make the right decisions. And the last thing that any of us want, like the parole board wants, is to make a bad decision where you become a statistic of, hey, we let you out, we gave you an opportunity to be let out, and something goes bad and we don't look so good to our people, because we do owe them, you know, we do owe them a great study into whether or not we think there should be a commutation. And we take a gamble when we say yes. I'm telling you, I'm inclined to say yes to you. I think you've done an amazing job. And like I said, just the mere fact that you could have been out at 3 to 5 and, you know, you rolled the dice and, you know, you came up with 7s and you've done 28 years is mind boggling to me. So best wishes. And I look forward to the 16th after I do some more research on your commutation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor DePaul.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Allen. It's good to see you again. As you know, I've been leaning towards favoring your commutation for quite a while.
Yeah.
And then you got the Six Flags commercial song stuck in my head. And then since then, I have Ain't Gonna Hurt Nobody in my head.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be shocked if I'm the only counselor who understood your Kid and Play reference. Is that accurate? So we met in person, Councilor Kennedy and I visited you. And it's because of how serious this is, not just the seriousness of your actions, and you've paid society for that. But as we've heard, because this is an underutilized tool in the system, and because the weight, as we just heard, so not to belabor, the weight of future commutations in some ways, fairly or not, is on your shoulders a little bit. that we have only 2 in a few decades, the spotlight would be on if anything were to go wrong. And it's why I feel so great that you have such a support system, vision for your future. I feel entirely confident things are going to work out. But I want to talk about how we got here. So you were convicted under a theory of felony murder.
Yeah.
And as we heard this morning, in 2017, our state Supreme Judicial Court ruled that felony murder is no longer an independent theory to convict someone of first-degree murder. So since 2017, there'd be almost no grounds for you to have served the time you served. I've worked with adolescents who we would call at risk. I've worked with kids who are caught up in the criminal system at a young age. And when I'm working with them, they love to talk about the law and they love to talk about the criminal system. And whenever I talk about felony murder with them and what it was in Massachusetts, it blows their mind. You know, adolescents have a really, and for that matter, my 6-year-old, they have a real clear sense of right and wrong, even though they do wrong sometimes. So you were how old when you were facing trial?
20.
And so I know that you were advised to take a plea.
Yeah.
Can you talk about why you decided, and just for background, so you were offered the plea of second-degree murder?
Yes.
As was your co-defendant?
Yes.
Which would have faced, obviously, not life in prison, correct?
It would have been second, yes.
And so what was your thinking around not taking that advice?
At the time, I said I didn't kill nobody.
Yeah.
And I didn't know, I didn't really understand the magnitude of my actions at that time.
Mhm.
So I was like, listen, I didn't do it. And plus I was listening to guys that was, at the county, William, don't take that. I don't care, though you don't know what they're talking about. And even though, because like I said, I'd never been locked up before, so I really know nothing about the prison system or the justice system or anything like that. So I was listening to the wrong people instead of listening to the right ones.
And there was a motion filed on your behalf quite a long time ago, over 2 decades ago, arguing that at the time, as a 20-year-old, you had a diminished capacity to understand, given the confession of the underlying robbery, that you would likely be convicted of first degree. And that logic makes sense to me as a 20-year-old. I didn't kill them. I won't get convicted of murder. And because this is such a rare occurrence in our system in the last few decades, I think it's important to point out where this fits in a bigger picture too, because I talk a lot on the council about brain development and about how our criminal system approaches youthful offenders. As I said, I've worked with a lot of kids who are in the criminal system and who've experienced really significant childhood trauma. And from what I know of your background, I would say you had some trauma in your childhood as well.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
And you were in the custody of DSS at a time?
Yes. I did with my grandmother.
And kids who are kids who are engaged with DSS are far more likely to end up involved in our criminal system as adults, far more likely, even though the Commonwealth has a chance to catch them at a younger age. When I see your statements and I hear about your trial and I hear about the plea deal, I can't help but think that in the bigger system, the bigger picture, we've endeavored to put on the shoulders of a young person decisions that developmentally, myself as a 20-year-old, anyone as a 20-year-old, especially who's experienced trauma, is not in a position to be making when it can impact the entirety of one's life. We heard this morning around the felony murder rule when the district attorney testified today that those supporting you are reevaluating your sentence in light of what we know, in light of equity, in light of what we've come to accept as a society, as a Commonwealth. And so I hope that other district attorneys and that the Commonwealth as a whole, this governor, future governors, takes it upon themselves to think of this as a systemic issue and to think of this amazing tool they have of clemency, of commutations and pardons, to advance justice as the people of this Commonwealth want. I give Governor Baker a tremendous amount of respect for making this decision. Ultimately, it's going to be on his shoulders. He'll be the one they'll call out if things go wrong. I don't think it'll be this council. No one pays attention to us. The other thing I know about working with youth is that, for example, in alternative schools I've worked in, the impact of someone like me who's willing to connect and be patient and engage with these kids is one thing. But the impact of someone who has lived experience, going through experiences that they or their family members have gone through, and who are the beacon of hope that you've talked about within our incarcerated population, that is incredibly powerful. And so what motivates me more than anything to vote in favor of your commutation is the impact I think you're going to have in the community. I think Governor Baker has saved lives by making this decision. I really believe when I hear you and I hear the people you've worked with, that you're going to be out connecting with people in a way that's going to stop them from finding themselves in the situation that you found yourself in. Do you feel like that's something you're going to be able to achieve?
Yes.
I want to talk about one more issue that's come up, and I don't think it is actually particular to your case. Councilor Duff was talking about race. And you said that, at least at the time in particular, you didn't see race as a factor at the moment in what was happening. And for me, the issue of race in our criminal system, the reason it's so insidious is because we don't see it. Because as Councilor Jubinville said, there's no juror who's like, hey, I'm racist, unless they want to get off the jury, I suppose, right? There's no lawyer or prosecutor who says they're racist. There's no judge. There's never going to be one, hopefully, who's open about that, right? But every step of the way, it trickles and it creates a system. It's not about a particular case. You were involved in an incident that included weapons and included drugs, right?
Yeah.
So in our Commonwealth, we have the lowest incarceration rate in the country, but we have the highest Latino incarceration rate, and we have the 13th or 14th highest Black incarceration rate. And we lock up Black and brown folks in Massachusetts for longer than similarly situated white defendants with similar backgrounds, similar criminal histories, similar offenses. And the place where the sentence disparities really amplify is on drugs and weapons charges. That a Black defendant facing conviction on a drug or weapons charge compared to a white defendant controlling for every context that we possibly can is facing about 120 days longer in prison than that white similarly situated defendant. So when I think about your trial and I think about the story that your trial brought out of what happened, and I think about the all-white jury, I don't know that race is the reason that you ended up here, right? I'll be honest, I don't think that in particular it is. But I think that your story is an opportunity to shine light on the ways that the system works. That it is a system, it is not an individual moment. It is not a matter of taking implicit bias training and deciding that you now understand how to fix things. So just like Mr. McCarthy has used his platform, and I didn't get a chance, I want to applaud him for using his celebrity to bring light to this. I know from watching the news and trying to bring this to the news that his role had an impact. I know that we got press coverage on this story because of Mr. McCarthy. And I hope that because people are watching this hearing and last week's hearing, that we're thinking about attacking the racial disparities in our system in a real meaningful way. Because right now there's a lot of implicit bias training, which is super, but actionable steps that are going to legislatively and policy-wise stop the things that happen. And the last thing I want to talk about, the amazing work you've done while incarcerated, helping people, and the programs we've talked about. the D reports, right, that we heard about. What are the consequences for those?
It depends. They would send you to the hole. You might get ISO time. They might take something away. At the time, they would take your TV away for like a week or two.
Yeah.
You know,
Is that now I would say you're an expert in restorative justice.
yeah.
Is that an example of a restorative justice?
As far as what?
Any of the consequences that you see that relate to D reports?
No.
No. So on the one hand, we know that restorative justice works.
Yeah.
And in fact, we know that we can invest relatively little in restorative justice programs. The professionals who are doing the work, right? They're not getting paid a tremendous amount.
No.
They're not getting paid what they're worth. So for a relatively small investment, we could be engaging in this evidence-based tools we have to get folks on the right path and avoid recidivism. And then on the other hand, we're not actually doing it in the day-to-day, it sounds like. And that concerns me. And it concerns me a little that on the one hand, I celebrate the programming that allows the mentorship within our facilities when we're spending more and more and more, 90,000 a year at this point, to lock someone up. And we're turning to the very inmates who are paying to lock up to do the work of helping to make sure other inmates don't end up back there. I applaud the ingenuity, and I understand that corrections officers have incredibly difficult work. I think it's made worse when we're not using the tools we know will work to make those environments a better place. Because we know it's almost impossible to make like a positive, joyful culture, obviously, right, in a facility, but we know what works. And I wish we would see more of it. Again, I just want to thank Governor Baker for making the decision to put your commutation forward. And I look forward to voting in favor of commutation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Everybody expected you to be the star today, and then McCarthy had to show up. You're only going to see him in the paper. You know, Paul and I went down and saw you.
Yeah.
And, you know, one of the first things that I said to you was that I don't believe that I could ever vote to ever send anybody back to jail for the rest of their life. And that I would be voting for your commutation just based on what I already knew. And I will be. That said, I spoke with Counsel Juvenville previously about your case, and I spoke with Chief Justice Dolly about your case, who prosecuted you. And they were all puzzled why you didn't accept the second degree at the time. Obviously, in hindsight, you would have. It would have saved you a great deal of time in prison. But that said, I'm not so sure that even with the change in the law, you wouldn't have been convicted. I think you would have. And when I look at your case, I've been doing criminal law for 38 years. I don't see a defense. I haven't seen everything, but I just don't see it there. And I'm puzzled why there was ever a trial, why you went to trial. And you're talking to somebody who is a strong believer in somebody's right to go to trial and should never be punished for going to trial. And part of what I look at we're doing today is to fix an inequity. It should have been a second degree. But there's no question in my mind you were guilty of a second degree, period. You're also guilty of an armed home invasion, which my recollection is I've handled a few of those over the years, is a 20-year mandatory minimum. So you would have been in jail for a long time no matter what. So I don't feel bad for the time that you did for what happened, but I do think you should get out. I do think you should get out. You know, I sit here and I raised it earlier. Did anybody ever contact the women that were involved in this prior to your commutation hearing? I don't know, huh? If you know.
I don't know, but I just know in my parole opening, I did apologize to all the women
Well, I'm sure you did. I'm just, they were victims of
Yes.
an armed home
And-
invasion, which, you know, when you talked earlier, when I think Council Duff was asking you questions, you said you pulled out a knife and pointed at him.
Yes.
The parole board report and the police reports indicate that you put a knife to her throat.
Her knife was way bigger than mine. I was nowhere near her.
Okay,
But I did point it at her, yes.
I accept that as true.
Yes.
I'm just going by what I read in the parole board decision,
Yeah.
okay? But they were nonetheless victims of a very serious crime.
They was definitely victims. Yes, they was.
You know, and you know, it's easy to say that the other gentleman was the one who was the stabber and he got out sooner, and that's certainly an inequity. I agree. You should have been out the same day he was. But you know, after the fact, if as I read the parole board decision, after the stabbing, you were still there for a little bit. And you took a radio and you were walking around, and at least according to what was written, you were joking around with the other gentleman.
Yeah, no.
No,
that's what it says.
That's
yes.
what it says.
Yes.
Okay. I haven't tested the accuracy of it, but that's what it says. But you know, at that time, and I talked to you about this. I asked you some tough questions when I went down and talked to you, right?
Yes, you did. Yes.
Okay. And it's troubling that, you know, you're in the bathroom, you wouldn't let him hurt the girls, and that's great. But it's certainly troubling when you look at the facts that this guy's bleeding out, and you guys are still there doing stuff. At least that's what it says.
Yeah. Like I said, if you go back to they first statement, it don't say any of that. And even in the DA's closing, he admitted that his witnesses was lying.
Okay.
So, you know, and I will only say, you know, Mr. Juville did a good job when he asked him.
He always does.
If their memory was good now, or do they not know what happened? And then when they was like, I know like it was yesterday, and they started telling their story, and he said, why didn't you say this here?
Mm.
You know, so he pointed it out to him to where he found that they was lying, and they try to boost whatever they try to do up at trial.
I think he had an impossible case. I don't think it could have been won, given the state of the law, especially at the time. And I don't think you fully understood what felony murder meant.
I didn't. No.
You know, when you made that, what turned out to be poor decision. Look, I asked you a lot of questions when I went down and saw you, and I think I was kind of tough on you. That was on purpose, and I told you I was going to be when I walked in there. But there's no question that what you've done with your life since you've been in there has been amazing. I don't know that if somebody's sitting in your situation, which was basically hopeless, I can't imagine how you were able to pull yourself up and do what you did, because you didn't know at that time that you'd be here today. And when you were doing all those things, you weren't working towards a commutation. You were just working to living a life that was a better life. And I think that speaks volumes about your character. I don't think you're the same person that decided to commit that armed robbery, that home invasion that day. But that person that day deserved to go to jail.
Yes, I
You agree with me?
I definitely agree.
I'll be voting for your commutation next,
Thank you.
on the
Councilor
16th.
Counselor Hurley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This has been quite interesting in a lot of ways. I don't think anybody pointed out that his sister did respond favorably to your commutation in the paperwork that I saw. And you went to Bridgewater, correct?
Yes.
Voluntarily, correct?
Yes.
And when was that again?
2011.
Well, I was still on the bench as a district court judge back then. And at some point along in that period of time, we took a tour of Bridgewater. And I can't imagine anybody volunteering to go there. it was deplorable. When you went there, it might have been a different section that we didn't get to see. Might have been in a little bit better condition, but the areas that I saw were in need of paint peeling off the walls and all kinds of graffiti, and just not the best of conditions under any circumstances. So when you were there, where did you reside? And what were the conditions like?
We had, the Cadre unit was in C2. We was on top of C1. And you might be talking about the maxes. We max in, max 1, max 2.
So you were in a different section.
Yes.
And when you were there, what kind of sense of satisfaction or wonder did you have concerning what your position was there? How did you feel about it?
Well, we was there to, being a cadre, we was there to clean the prison. We did the units, and we was like janitorial, barbershop, kitchen. We did everything. Sewage spill, blood spill, everything.
And how did you get into a relationship with one person in particular?
Well, we did it through sports. You know, we did it through church. We did it through like different events. And like wherever section you worked at, you know, you would make friends with whomever you're with. 'Cause we used to clean they dorms too.
And how long approximately did you stay there?
I stayed until 2017 when they closed it for W numbers.
Okay. And you never gave up hope of being able to get your sentence or your conviction commuted or overturned, or and in this case you finally come up with a way through commutation, because you didn't deserve a pardon in
Yes.
terms of your actions earlier on.
Yes.
And everybody is saying, you know, the young brains don't develop, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that may all be true, but when somebody who's 18 or 19 goes in with his friends and robs an old person, an old gentleman, and beats him to death with a baseball bat, it doesn't hurt any less. And it doesn't bring that person back to life. And I don't want people to forget that, because that's the other side of the coin. In your particular case, it's not what you did that got you there. It's what you've done since you've been there that is the reason that you merit commutation. And what are your plans when you get out? Because I think I've heard enough, including my vote, which is going to be positive for you, to say that you're going to be approved by this council for commutation. What are your plans when you get out? What's your?
Well, my plan is my sister passed away in 2020, and you know she had two children, and I want to help my father raise my nephews. Also, you know, when I left my son was 23 months old, and you know my son loves me dearly, loves me, and I love him dearly. But I wasn't there for him. And, you know, it was like, it took me years to understand this, and somebody had to bring this to my attention because I didn't want to see it. They was like, you know, your son's really hurt because you wasn't there for him. And I was there for my son. You know, he came up to see me, you know, I talked to him all the time. No, they said you wasn't there. You know, I wasn't present. And because I wasn't present, you know, he found love somewhere else on the streets. So instead of him making positive footsteps or footprints for himself, he followed into my footprints. And I want to show little kids that, you know, you can find love somewhere else. You don't need to find it in a negative aspect. And I want to talk to them about that. And I want to show them that that's what they should do.
Is he still incarcerated?
Yes.
How long?
I believe he should get out in 2024, excuse me.
Okay.
23-24.
So in the meantime, what's your network going to be like? Who are the people that are going to connect with you when you get out to help you with your day-to-day challenges and struggles?
I would say second chance justice. Second chance justice. You know, I have it's like, you know, when you're in a circus and you're on a high rise and you jump off and you have that net. That's what they are to me. And I know if I need any help, you know, I can call on any one of them. And their phones will be if it's off the hook, it will still ring. And that's how safe and secure I feel, you know, to be able to do what I really want to do out there. And I can say that with a smile.
Okay, thank you very much.
You can always count on it, on the last council to always be called. It's kind of a reward and punishment system. I first want to thank you all the time you afforded me when I met you. And the time just flew. And I couldn't believe it. It was 2.5 hours we met.
Yes.
And it was my pleasure. I really, really, really got to know you so well. And I want to say your witnesses were, you know, so caring. And you've got the best representation here, your attorneys also. And also to have retired Judge Cordy, who I supported proudly. And but I want to say on the record that there is racial disparity in our court system in Massachusetts, and they did a study at Harvard. And recently, I asked one of the nominees if she believed it, and she said yes. So having said that, there was not one person of color on your cases. So given that. Okay, now, I think I'd be remiss if I didn't read your letter and put it in the record that you presented before the Board of Pardons. Dear Chairman and members, while I am appreciative of the excellent presentation of facts my attorney Christine McDonald in memoriam has submitted to the Board of Pardons on my behalf, I am morally and emotionally compelled to submit to the board my own expression of regret and shame that I have carried in my soul for having allowed myself to participate in a dumb-witted, asinine scheme to get some quick cash that resulted in the death of Mr. Bester, who definitely did not deserve to die in the reckless and senseless way in which he met his demise. When I was growing up as a child, I experienced and witnessed what no child should have to witness: a drug-addicted mother and a father who was absent from the household. In contrast, I was much more fortunate than many other youths in my neighborhood because being a child of a generation of adults who were impacted by the heroin epidemic of the 60s and mid-70s, only one of my parents became a victim of that era. I was fortunate to be taken in by a neighbor, Mrs. Perry, whose son was my co-defendant, and we were like brothers. The degree of stability that Mrs. Perry provided me with put me on a pretty good track. I struggled in school, but appreciated the educational experience that made me a smarter person in my youth. For the most part, I made a concerted effort to do the right thing. I joined the youth group at St. Francis de Sales, St. Philip's Church in Roxbury in 1985, and I always kept a job. There was a lot of temptation in my neighborhood to get involved with crime and gang participation in activities. While I was not totally immune from negative influences, I did my best to resist and was able to ward off the greater portion of enticements. This is why I am very disappointed in myself for allowing myself, though apprehensive, I allowed myself to go with Mr. Perry on that harebrained venture that falsely promised some easy, quick cash, robbing an alleged drug dealer by faulty reasoning means it would not be reported to the police. I foolishly convinced myself no one would get hurt. When we went forward actually carrying out the scheme and were in the apartment, I was real nervous and jittery. I had never been involved in this kind of situation before. When I was in the bathroom with the women, I could hear Mr. Perry demanding money. I had no idea, and it never occurred to me that a murder would happen, mainly because I never considered that Mr. Perry had the intention or the ability to kill somebody. When he came into the bathroom demanding money from the women, the main thing on my mind was we need to get out of this apartment without anyone else getting hurt. After witnessing how Mr. Perry was acting, I did not care about anything else but the safety of the rest of the people that were in the house. I had never been so afraid in my life. I cannot even find words for what it is like for me every time I replay that dreadful and tragic day. Mr. Bester should never have been killed, and I should never have allowed myself to be involved in the crime that caused his death. He was somebody's son, brother, and friend. I am really sorry for the death of Mr. Bester and the grief and agony his family and loved ones had to endure. I realize nothing I can say can bring relief to them. I just pray I have made the changes in my life that demonstrate I am no longer that type of person I was in my youth that could be influenced by anybody to be involved in any type of crime, let alone a crime of violence. When I was convicted of first-degree murder, I was in a state of shock. I had never been convicted of a felony, let alone going to a maximum security prison. In spite of anxiety, regret, and remorse and shame, I look for ways and resources to help me make improvements in my life. As Attorney McDonald's memorandum illustrates, I involved myself in many programs to become more aware of the importance to taking personal control of my life and taking full responsibility for all of my actions. I am pleased with the positive decisions and progress I have made during my incarceration, as I have utilized all resources available to me to make exceptional strides in personal self-development and self-improvement. I hope and pray that the Advisory Board of Pardons will see me as a good candidate for commutation consideration. Respectfully submitted, William Allen. It's a beautiful letter. And I do want to say that we got hundreds of letters. And one of the people that asked the Board of Pardons to grant this commutation was Mr. Bester's sister. And she supported you to be released. I think that's very important. And the thing is that what you have done, all of these programs, unbelievable. And they include Barber, and they include cooking, and the one for cooking and catering, highest honors. So all of these for self-improvement and court and all of this. So you know what I hope in time? that you're on the parole board. We need you. Okay, so I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Now, when I met with you, I asked about your health. And out of everything that's been said, my concern is your health. You have a lot of health problems. And I do want to mention them here. And I'm hoping, well, first of all, this is going to go to the parole board, and that'll probably be 4 months. I'm hoping in that time that you will get the medical assistance that you definitely need. And I'm going to put on the record, because these are serious medical issues, okay? Lupus, atrial, I'm not going to pronounce half these things, fibrillation, torticollis, hypertension, urethral strictures, hernia, lesions on your liver. There's all kinds of things, swelling and pain. You as a child, you were burned with bacon.
Yes.
Bacon on your legs, and you still have the scars that cause you pain. You've got asthma, chronic headaches, and you have 4 episodes of brief loss of conscience due to head injury during sports activities, and arthritis. You have joint pain. You have abnormal gallbladder condition, and has other things. But I'm saying you need this addressed. And you know, we have to go back to your childhood. You didn't get the medical help you needed then. So all of these conditions just got worse as you get older. You know, I cried when I read through the things. I've been up till 3 and 4 in the morning. I've read everything, and you know that when I met you. And the thing that I thought was, you know, in most families, a child depends on the mother to protect you. Your mother's there. When I came home from school, mothers used to stay home in those old days. First thing I opened the door, I yelled, "Ma!" Yeah, that's the first thing you do. You took care of your mother. You were responsible for your mother, who sadly was drug addicted and alcohol addicted. And you were a very little child, and you'd get up 5 in the morning, and you would get cans and bottles so that you could buy your mother cigarettes and Pepsi, whatever. And so you know, it just, who lives like that? And then your father was absent. They separated a lot, but how wonderful you have that relationship with him now. And I understand he's having knee surgery. That's why he's not here today. But I'm so glad for that. But when I think of what you went through, and your mother just couldn't help it because of the condition, you were beaten severely. Your siblings were given, what was it? Some kind of poison or something that they had to drink, and they would take, and they would taken, you were taken out to your grandmother.
Yes.
Now, what was your life with your grandmother? Was it, can you tell us about that?
Yes, my great grandmother. She was that was my grandmama, and she took care of us. She took us in. She fed us. We went to church every Sunday, and you know, she bought us clothes and for school, and she did the best she can, you know, until she was unable to do it.
Right. But you know, when you were doing these things for your mother and you got up at 5 and did that, to take care of her, you're late for school, and sometimes she would go unconscious, or she'd have you know, some effect from the drugs, and you missed school altogether.
Yes.
But when you did go to school, you did well, you worked hard.
Yes.
So that says a lot about you, because given those circumstances, how many are in prison when they started out in childhood and when they were a youngster, stealing and beating up other kids and getting into real crime? You didn't. So there was something within you that you didn't. But and all of these programs that you have been involved in, you know, I don't think there's anyone in prison that has gone through all of the programs you have are given so much. I mean, you have been a janitor, you shovel snow, you do everything, you know, but you always went beyond. And what really touched my heart was that you really, in that companion program, really reached out to the most severely mentally impaired and to the blind and all that. Now, tell me, how much did your Catholic religion affect you? You became a Eucharistic minister. That's
Yes.
wonderful.
We all have a purpose in life, you know, and whatever that is, you know, we don't see it until it's there. So, you know, I was talking to somebody the other day, and you know, you got people that say they don't believe in this, they don't believe in that, and as soon as something happens, they say, "Oh my God," you know, that's the first thing they say. And I believe God, you know, is my heartbeat, and without His guidance, I wouldn't know where to go. So I use Him as my compass. And if He say go east, I go east. If He say go west, I go west. And that's who I lean on. You know, and just think about it. In 28 years, who would have thought I would have the support that I have?
Mm.
Who would have thought the people that came into my life and doing it pro bono? Who would have thought that, you know, I would go to a state hospital and meet a Peg Newman? Who would have thought I would get locked up and go in the county and meet a Joe Moore? Who would have thought that, you know, years later there would be a Devin McCourty, you know, at the governor's council with Robin, who's going to cook some dinner, you know? Who would have thought that, you know? And it's like the world, everything just went to a full circle. And who would have thought that, you know, the Honorable Robin Juvenville would be the chairman of a commutation board in front of me?
Well, what a coincidence, isn't it, huh?
Yeah,
That's
and-
amazing.
And the thing is,
now,
God works in mysterious ways.
Yeah, and you know, when you look back, when you did go to school, the teachers said you're a hard worker, you're a good student. And I'm wondering, how could you even concentrate when you went home and you'd be beaten and you had all this, you had to take care of your mother? That's not the normal life, you know, that a child lives. And yet you did it. And you know, I love the letter from your wife. It was beautiful. And what she said to the Paddens and how she first met you and everything. And how wonderful that you have that and you have a son. So you have a lot to look forward to. And you certainly have a lot of support here. And, you know, you have a special talent in culinary. And that's not a joke. You really do. And it shows. They said highest honors. So I hope that all these people who say they're going to be there for you will help you so you can go to that school and finish your program and be a chef. That's my hope. But, you know, when I had never thought that I would be reading what your life was, and I'm thinking, you never became bitter. You could have just sat in that prison and did nothing, and you were sentenced to die in prison, and look what you have done. So I'm really hoping that will speed up less than 4 months and that you'll be out, and all these people will be there to help you reach your goal and to reunite with your father and your wife and your son. I mean, I really wish you all good luck. I really do. And so much more I want to ask you, but you've had a long day. And as I said, where I'm last, I don't want to keep on going, but I can't thank, I want to tell you, I got lost going home. I want you to know that. First of all, I live a sheltered life. I never drove on a 4-lane highway in my life. So I'm over here and I got to take that exit forget it. I missed that exit. So it was such a pleasure, really, and much more than I ever thought. But I'm saying it publicly. I want to see you on the parole board. You have more personal knowledge of what it takes for someone to be released and go on with their life. You lived it. You lived it. So I didn't hear that. What was that? Yeah, I didn't interrupt you either. Okay, so I'm going to finish now and just say thank you, and I wish you all good luck. And I can't wait to take that vote for you, for your commutation. And thank you for all you've done. You are a role model for everyone. And for all those inmates, what you've done for their lives too.
Thank you.
Really, thank you.
Thanks. Incident. Side, it's a.
That was Plymouth. That was Plymouth. Yes. He was looking at Fed time. He's out now. He's doing good.
He taught you how to survive.
Yes.
Oh, you were talking about the seal, the attack.
Yeah.
Or to the effect of someone getting.
Yeah.
Me that day. It's at least one.
Yes, one testify, and I
Saying, stay in.
Yeah.
Shut the. Credit to you.
Thank you.
Get parole out. Devin, you and. Good thing is, I'm glad you got a license for hair cutting, because I'm gonna need a haircut. I'm gonna have you do it. So my count is you're gonna get 8-0. Speed up there.
All right.
Said that I couldn't get you out back then. I had to get on the governor's count. I was just being, I was kidding. But like Council Devaney said, that chances of being where you. Good to see you today.
So, thank you.
Have a bus. Keep it. Don't let us down.
I promise that.
What you do,
Yes.
you and Mr. Cruz getting out. I think you'll see Governor Baker probably patient, and the next governor. Straight in. Okay?
Yes.
So